欢迎大家回来。今天是第150 Welcome back, folks. It is day 156. In our Chinese lesson, today is day 3, our review day for Unit 44. I communicate at school. I think this one was relatively short, so we're kind of strapped to bolster some of the volume in it. And yeah, squeeze in as much vocabulary as we can, or whatever feels nice. It's going to be a short lesson today. Day 3s are usually relatively quick. And then we'll try to get cutting into our backlog of Hanzi exercises. All right, yeah. 让我们开始吧. Right. Let's get started. Unit 44. You thought I was going to end stream? No, I usually do like a take-home message or a round message for each session. And usually when it comes to Japanese, without saying too much, the behavioral selection for Japanese is often people are very passionate about the Japanese language, so they often tend to care only about the Japanese target language. I often find it's, at the moment, anecdotally speaking, people who learn Chinese tend to be interested in other languages like Japanese, but not the other way around. Typically, that's not very common. So I like to make sure to give a parting message, right? Encourage other people at the end of each session, since I am currently learning both Japanese and Chinese at the same time. Right? People want to care about what they want to care about, so I'm being accommodating. Or at least trying to. Unit 44. We start at our school. What's that the whole thing? Actually, is it 大学? I don't actually know if they use 大学. We're slowly climbing the hierarchy of school. But let's guess it's 大学. Yes, 大学. So let's go with 大学. Bolster our vocabulary. Whoa, calm down. So, 大学. And this unit introduced 高中, right? 高中. Right? 高中和初中wait, I'm not sure if there's a, that looks fine. 初中 this one's a little too fat. 初中 elementary school 小学小学 oof better days 小学 so now we have all of them right 小学初中高中 oops 高中 and 大学 our schools elementary middle high school and university or 小学小学中学高校 and 大学 right okay move along what else can we add here not too much right 教 and 教室教室 right 教室 or 教える yeah 教えるbetter focus on Chinese let's see 教班班 I remember the one thing okay I don't think we're gonna add food vocabulary to expand this 食堂食堂食堂 oh that's one anemic box right. 食堂体育馆体育馆 whoa those proportions are yikes oh let's try that again 体育馆 we're gonna expand 体育馆 for classroom though class and classroom ugh save me A 版 笔记笔记本 笔记本还是铅笔，铅笔鉛筆 Oh, right. Simplified. Oh, yes. Simplified and changed. Right. Right. 铅笔铅笔指紙指let's throw in a few others. Let's throw in. Oh, actually, do I even have the terms for that? Not really. No, I don't have the terms for that yet. So we'll stick with this. All right. Let's add some sports for the gymnasium. It's relevant because 球 is also used in this unit. A different 球. In this place, 篮球.篮球.排球. Ping pong 球. 球 ping pong 球. So basketball, tennis, volleyball, and table tennis. Add a few into the gymnasium. I was gonna add some food because of the cafeteria. 食堂. But that's a lot. We have a lot of things that could be in the cafeteria. Okay. And then let's go down school. Oh, you know what? I wrote 学校. 学校 is relevant. 学. Right, 学校. And I made an error yesterday, so we're correcting that now. I used the wrong 校. This 校. So 学校有校长. Right, 校长.校长. A principal. And 要求. Right, 要求. This is where the 求 comes in. A different 求. Or requirements. 要求. Sorry. I keep doing fourth tone for yao, but it's actually one. It's 1, 1, 2. 要求. Not 要求. 要求. 必须要 Oof. Yikes. 必须要必须要完成完成完成作业作业作业作业天天天天向上向上向上something I forgot yesterday 清楚清楚看清楚看不看清楚which 清 is it? This one. 清清楚 right. Excuse me. Also comparison. Oh, I forgot about loaning and borrowing. This one, it's funny because it kind of mirrors Yori and Noholga. Noholga, yeah, in my Japanese lesson today. So they can kind of stand alone, but at the same time also used in conjunction. So we have 借, right? 借 stand alone. 借借是 no. 借 right? No. Wait. No, I think that's fine. Is it that? I think so. So, 借 to borrow. However, yesterday there was a little bit of a confusion because it's a loss in translation, right? Borrow and lend are both this. Now, you can ask someone to lend you something. So that is still you borrowing something from that person. So when you say 借, like 我可以可以我something wait no, it's just asking to lend something. So like 借我 right 借我笔记吗 so can you lend me notes, right? Can you lend me notes? So that's 借 on its own, right? Given the kanji characters are borrowed in Japanese, does that make it any easier or harder when you're going back and forth between the two languages? For myself, it's easier. The reason why it's easier is because I'm actively learning both. So nothing is hard-coded yet. In my opinion, I think the distinction here is that I'm learning both simultaneously. That makes it more, it's less conflicting with certain things, but more enriching the encoding process. Now, if I were to take it from, like, I can never change this ever again, right? So if I were to say become proficient in Japanese, like really proficient, in which you lock in your thing, I think that experience will change from my perspective, where it may actually produce some resistance, largely due to the nature that one is so much more prevalent than the other. For myself, it's very difficult for me to separate the two. As in, what I mean is, it's a good, I like it. I like that they're inseparable. Much like English is inseparable from my Chinese, which when I say Chinese, I mean Fujianese. I speak to my parents in a dialect of Chinese, and English and Fujianese are inseparable. As in, sometimes I'd be saying something and English pops out, and then it goes back to Fujianese. The structure goes back and forth. Regardless, it's still intelligible to the people who are used to hearing hybrid languages. In this case, it's very similar. Like when I'm writing all these characters, I'm actually thinking in Japanese a lot of times. If there is a Japanese equivalent, I will think about it at the same time. So instead of thinking about English, I'm speaking in English, but I'm actually writing in Chinese and Japanese at the same time. Like I don't think of it as writing. I don't think of myself writing as exclusively Chinese, like Hanzi. I don't exclusively think I am writing Hanzi and kanji. I'm writing Hanzi and kanji. So whenever I was like going over my head about like shokudo, right? Shokudo, this is the same. You'll probably recognize this as shokudo, the cafeteria, right? So I do actually see myself writing shokudo and shutang, right? Shutang. And I welcome other people to try it, because I've met over the time multiple people in various levels of Japanese competency, and their experiences are different. So it's really fun to, at least in my opinion, provided other people have time and stuff. I think overall, the people that I'm around, the people that stay around and talk about their interest in language, they usually find it as a fascinating point. So that encouraged them, and it encodes faster. So what I mean by that is they find it the interest in the overlap between Japanese and Chinese, and the non-overlap in Japanese and Chinese makes it, I would say, overall perceived as easier to pick up, because they are fascinated. And honestly, when people talk, lots of people ask me if it's easy or harder. My kind of detraction from that is it interesting or is it not interesting? If learning Chinese makes Japanese and Chinese less interesting, then it's harder. If it makes it more interesting, then it's easier. However, I tend not to use the word hard or easy, whether you are motivated or not. And that's kind of where we go from here. I think saying things that are harder and easier has been a sticking point for me, because I don't want people to think that, oh, this is really hard, so I can't do it. It's more like, are you interested? If you're not interested, then there's no chance. If you are interested, then it's irrelevant if it's hard or easy. Overall, when you're really interested, it becomes irrelevant how difficult the task is. At least that's my opinion. Kanji continues to be the more fascinating component of Japanese learning experience to you. Yeah, me too. This is writing actually. The literal writing and depiction is without too generalizing too much, it is the end game for both Chinese and Japanese. Like, it's part of the end game, and it's my favorite part. So I choose to write a lot. Actually, last month in October, I mentioned this yesterday, I think. I was drawing, but it was like an excuse to pictorially represent meaning in Japanese and Chinese. Art, animation, expression, right? Even music. are different representations. So they're like more dynamic. Outside of like the mechanical stuff, like, oh, this is the right way to write this and that. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But I like the interlacing of Hanzi and Kanji. Actually, I keep providing a disclaimer. While my family is Chinese, I'm completely illiterate. So this component of writing and recognizing characters, anyone who has started Chinese, though, when I started there, I started in the same place. I'm completely illiterate. I had no way of representing any of the words that I hear all the time, like constantly. It might as well be anime in Japanese. So now it's super interesting. Yeah, now this is a coincidence here. Since you were here for my Japanese lesson, where I am in my Chinese lesson and where I am in my Japanese lesson, they overlap within 2 or 3 units of each other. So things that come up in Chinese tend to come up in Japanese, and something that comes up in Japanese tend to come up in Chinese. So they're almost inseparable at this point. Like, it's very difficult. Like, you might be thinking like hey, for example, hey looks like something else. Hey looks like kuroi, only it's modified, right? So this is hey, by the way. And then you have hey ban. Usually ban, like things like that, ends up changing. However, one of the characters often is familiar and the other character isn't, whether it's a slight change or it's the exact character. So this is blackboard. So you can, if you're a Japanese speaker, you can probably squint your eyes and see kuroi in it. And then you're like, okay, so it's something that's a black object, right? And if you're thinking about ban, maybe there's a character that's kind of like board. When that's kind of where the fun gets in. Like, what are the daigaku? Daigaku stays the same. And zhong, they ended up using zhong to replace gaku instead of ko. Ko is the other term in, so ko as, so they ended up using this one, xiao. So you're gonna find that Japanese, and I think that's one of the daunting, like, harder things that people think it's hard, where like, oh, what if you get it confused? Like, for example, hashiru is run, but this is joel, which is walk. Okay, and you have and then you have this aruku. Aruku is walk. I'm pretty sure you know where I'm going with this. Aruku is walk, but paobu, which has this character in it, is run. How is the run? Sometimes, so Chinese has 2 characters associated with the activity, and it becomes 1 character often when it becomes the verb. So pao bu, this is bu, and if you add a character, pao, it has this like signifier in it, right? The pao. Then it's run. So how do you remember it? I remember it exactly like that. So it does have a character that signifies like some sort of path. So pao bu is run. Aruku is walk. It's the same character that designates opposite things. And then hashiru and zou is the same too. And in Chinese, when you're thinking about the activity, you add a second one, and it's lu. So I think it's this lu. So it's to walk a path. You're walking a path. You're running a path, sort of, right? So they end up dropping these when they're using certain things. But yeah, this stuff happens a lot, and you might lots of times it may seem confusing. However, if you're interested in association, I think it makes it easier to remember, because if you remember one, you remember all the other ones. In my opinion, I don't think I've gotten that mixed up yet. And then there are a lot of things where they're backwards. They're the same. Some of them are the same order. Some of them are backwards. And not in the sense of walk and run, but more like the next thing is the last thing, but the last thing is the next thing. Oh, here's a good one from the recent lesson. When you're comparing something. So my last lesson in Japanese, which was today, used yori, right? Yori. Yori and insert, and then no ho, right? No ho. This thing is less. This thing is more. It's the other way around in Chinese. When you're comparing things like English, the thing that is more is first, usually. Right. So that's something that you're already used to. But in Chinese, actually, it's closer to English. A lot of the quote unquote, like, relational order things actually work in the English way. So English and Mandarin are closer in that you could see that Mandarin is in the middle of it. So it's actually a step closer to English. So what happens now is I use Mandarin as the bridge to English from Japanese because of my favorite part, which is Hanzi and kanji. So you double down. It's a lot of fun. And the ping pong, what you call it, one silver lining here is so many of the Japanese kanji. So Duolingo has 2 different course priorities, and the Chinese course is half the length, if not a third of the length of the Japanese course. Their introduction of Hanzi is nearly double the pace of kanji because of the way the Japanese course is fleshed out. I talked about this a couple of times. So right now, my Hanzi characters are double the number of kanji. So whenever kanji comes up, I don't ever, like, it's not very common that I would have to look up what the character means, because you can kind of ascertain what the character might mean already, because you have a combination of other kanji exposure and other Hanzi exposure. Sometimes, you know, it's fun to encounter a character that is way out of left field, but generally speaking, after writing and combining all these things, it becomes like intuitive to some extent, and it's really, really fun whenever I encounter a new. I think the weirdest one recently was ame. Ame was the weirdest one. Like this thing here, this radical in the left side of ame, that's weird. That's a weird one in the recent things, but it's usually like 10%. 10% are new radicals now, if not less. Most radicals are familiar now. I could be wrong, but I feel as though the Japanese course on Duolingo has added at least 1, maybe 2 new sections over the last year or so. I probably agree with you. I have no idea. since I only started this year. What changed from last year is this entire like pathway system has changed, and also the entire kanji section was added within the last year. So before then, there wasn't a kanji section that I love. I absolutely love the kanji section and the Hanzi section. They were both added. They were both added at the same time. At the beginning of 2024, basically at the beginning of 2024. It's actually the last week of 2023. So that section is my favorite section. That's what makes me remember all these characters and associate all these characters. How much time have you spent learning Chinese? Well, I mean, today is day 156, and I average about 2 hours a day. With the exception of like 4 hours. Like if it goes more than 2 hours, usually it's like we're talking about Chinese. So maybe 300, maybe like 300 hours, probably. If you want like a ballpark synth. That really threw you off. Oh yeah, the kanji section. It's my favorite part. I think it's completely underrated. The kanji section literally forces you to know all the associations, and their only trick up their sleeve is to trick you based on sound, writing, meaning relations, and unit. So if you didn't realize that if you're not familiar with your onyomi and your kunyomi yet, that goes into all of this. So, and in Hanzi is the same thing. Hanzi is the same thing. So, as opposed to onyomi and kunyomi, Hanzi has many homonyms. So they have a lot of, or homophones, sort of homonymy things where there are like 3 characters with the same read. So that's how they get you to. So the Hanzi and the kanji section, the whole intentional point is to make you associate all the sounds with all the radicals. So whenever someone comes up and say, oh yeah, kunyomi and onyomi, is like, well, no, not really. I mean, for me personally, because that's how I learned this stuff. Because of Duolingo, how I learned was based on the reads and the association. And then because I'm learning both Chinese and Japanese, I do the same thing. Only I associate Hanzi and kanji with each other in the same way. So that's, and then the rest is history. You only started learning Japanese in August. You just started kanji? Welcome to the fold, Synth. One of us. How are you liking Japanese? August? That's quite some time. Way to keep it up. Yeah, what are your favorite kanjis, or like what is the most recent kanji that you learned? I always like talking about kanji. I think the Spanish course makes you use the keyboard more because of conjugations. I think so. I would expect that. Hideyoshi, yeah. And I'm looking forward to it. Spanish is my final language. Tentatively, it's going to be my final language. So I'm looking forward to getting back to conjugation. It was my favorite. Conjugation was my favorite part. One of my favorite parts when I was learning Spanish in college and high school. It's not quite a homonym. Yeah, it's not. That's why I'm saying homonymy, like. Yeah. It's homonymy like, right? Oh, and your the Japanese part you're talking about is more I think a better example of pseudo homonyms are pitch accent differences. I actually also disagree that English has homophones as well. Lots of English homophones, aka part of homonyms, I don't treat them as homonyms either. Like review. Review. What's a good one? I write reviews, but I review things. As well as what's a good one? Whole. No. Wait. Bill. No. Build and build. So, build and build. That's not the best example, is it? I'm trying to think of good examples. These are bad examples. And obviously it's built, but so that's not a good example. What's a good one? Oh wait, it is build. What is it? I build something. I build something. Yeah, build. No, built is not a homophone. We're looking for homophones. Two? Unfortunately, I don't use two and two too often. I use also. So I actually avoid using the word two. That's not a great example, unfortunately. I don't pronounce these different though. Not all homonyms. I like two and two. I think I still say two the way I say two. However, I replace two with also. I avoid homonyms actually. Like homophones. I avoid homophones. There. Here's an example. Like there and there. So I say there and there. So for Japanese, the mora is different. I say they're going to the store instead of they're going to the store. So they're going to the grocery store. So I change up the mora for these two, even though most people say there and there. They're both theirs, right? Or there. There. So if I'm going there, I'm not going to, like, if I'm going there, which is their house, they're coming to my house. It might sound all the same. You might end up auto-correcting it, but I say there. Longer emphasis. So that's kind of, in my opinion, a mix of pitch accent and a mix of tonality. Because, I don't know, because I'm Chinese. I speak Fujianese, so I think there are a few people in my life that picked up on how I pronounce homophones in English, and I consistently say there versus there. So things like that, and I agree with you though. Actually, Chinese do have quote unquote homonyms, and I don't like internalize that they're homonyms. And Japanese, not so much, because a lot of them are pseudo homonyms because of pitch accent, right? And then nuance things and lots of nuance things. I think English is incredibly nuanced. Only the base level, the average colloquial level. I mean, come on. One of the most used words is bro, right? And bro can be spoken in 6 different ways that I've heard. That's most common. Bro. You know, bro. Bro. You have all of them there. The other ones is more like bro, like a stop, bro, stop. And then you have the trill, like bro. Okay. I don't know how you represent them. I'm not a linguist, so I won't be able to draw these things. I'm sure linguists will be able to like, oh, it's like this, and it's like a guttural stop and a trill, and I don't know. I actually don't know how to describe those things. So, it's really fun so far. It's your first foreign language. Well, welcome to secondary language acquisition, Synth. Welcome, welcome. The most recent kanji you learned was chichi and haha. Nice, nice. I have a dad joke with chichi and haha, but I don't think it will land right now. Not yet. Yeah, keep up. Keep it up, Synth. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. 2, 2, and 2. Yeah, 2, 2, and 2. Yeah, we made a comment. A duck walks into a bar, orders a drink, and says, "Put it on my bill." Oh no. Ah, a duck bill. Huh. I think bill and a duck bill and a like a payment bill, I say the same thing. These are the same words. These are bill. Yeah. Although they are defined under the same thing though. They are defined under the same thing. Homophones have to be spelled differently. Right? Have to be at least in the English version, they have to be spelled differently. What's another great example? Oh, deer and deer. Deer and deer. Sorry, that's D. So, I see a deer. Dear you, right? Dear, dear so and so. So I say dear so and so instead of deer. So I see a deer. Dear stranger. Dear. Dear stranger. It's slightly different, but I'm also emphasizing it a little to make sure that they're different, but they probably sound the same anyway. Right? He picked up a scent versus a scent. Yeah. So, scent. Ent instead of scent. So, scent. Scent. Because of Chinese. Like, sh, right? Sh and ch. So, but the s is different from the, so I kind of like say scent and scent. So I emphasize the S. So scent. He caught that, he caught the dog's scent. And then I have scent. Or like 5 cents. Right. I switch up the motto for that. I linger on my S's more than I linger on C's. C's are shorter. There's a cartoon skit about trying knots. Can you not? I cannot. So you cannot. I cannot not. That's funny. As Popeye say, I ain't a doctor, but I'm losing me patience. I like the knot thing. I don't think I distinguish between knots. It's not true for everything, Mark. Because I don't say certain things a lot. Like I don't say not, as in like this knot. I don't say not too often. So Some of them might sound the same because I'm not used to saying it. Yeah, I don't remember saying not for a while. Oh, here's one. Present. When I say present, I'm talking about a gift. And I present things. Like, I present things, as in show. I present things and I give presents. So, right? And in the long run, you could argue that these are homophones, or even the same word or pronounced differently, right? They're homonyms. But, or the present. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. The present. Yeah, the present time versus present, the present you give. These things, these two, I say the same, I think. I'm pretty sure. Like, in the present, I have given a present to someone, right? In the present time, I have given a present to my friend. But I present a present to my friend, right? I present a present to my friend. So in the present time, I present a present to my friend, right? I for at present, yes, at present a present presented itself. Yes. That's so good. So, for the record, I know we're using English and we're talking English as an example. However, when that ever comes up in Japanese and Chinese, it's fun. It's like a lot of fun. And if you want this feeling, like if you like at present, a present presented itself, Chinese. You're gonna show your way to victory. You're gonna shang your way to victory. You're gonna die your way to victory. And some cheese, throw in some cheese and some G's and some cheese. Especially sh. You're gonna be shushing all over the place. At least in my opinion. I think Japanese is a little bit tamer and very resounding. I think that's largely why I kind of fell in love with music, like Japanese music. It's so sharp and resonating. Like the syllables are so like sharp and like atai, like, but in Chinese everything is like slurry. Everything slurs. Like you like move in and out of of harmony. Like you're like sliding into a pitch and sliding out of a pitch on a lot of times because of the tonality, right? But Japanese is just, it's really refined. And both. The answer is both. I'm not suggesting one is better than the other. Having both is fantastic. You get a break, right? Learning Chinese, I get a break from Japanese. Learning Japanese, I get a break from Chinese. But when I mean break, I mean not speaking Chinese and Japanese. Thinking is a whole different story. I'm always thinking about both of them. Or most of the time. And then throw in a bit of English here and there. Also, you learned the other day the Japanese language is unsuited to palindromes. Oh, really? Odomo? Odomo. Palindrome would be om. Old oak. Oh, koneko. Oh, sorry, koneko. So it's okenok. Oh, are you talking about like I don't know what you mean by palindrome. No, it's the abugida, not the alphabet. Oh. Gashi? Yeah, but koneko is not. Oh, okay. Oh, that's how you're going about it. Okay. Yeah, shikashi. Why is it unsuited for palindrome? Yeah, shikashi is a good one. Okay. You're not talking about the sounds. You're talking about. You're talking about. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're not talking about the actual frequency of the sounds. Because shikashi, it's still ishiachi to me. Like, what I mean is the frequency is not the same forward as it is backwards. But actually, now that I think about it, maybe that's why palindromes sound weird to me too. Because it's not the same forward and backwards, actually. It wasn't ever the same forwards and backwards. Oh, now you're getting me to think. Now I realize that I define palindromes not based on what I think palindromes are. Yeah. So, like, for example, race car, right? It's not. If you rewind race car, you don't hear race car. You know what I mean? And a man, a pan, a canal, Panama. Yeah, that's your typical palindrome. Well, palindromes in English are more of a written puzzle. Koneko and Doshi are phonetic, which maybe even they're not phonetic. That's what I'm saying. Or at least to me, they're not phonetic. If you say shikashi and you reverse it, it's not going to sound like shikashi. So I realized that I have been thinking about palindrome conceptually the same as other people, but I wasn't thinking or I wasn't imagining like hearing palindrome the same way. Like if you reverse, if you say a man, a pan, a plan, a canal, Panama, and you record yourself and you reverse it, it's not going to sound a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. It's gonna sound like Amanam Lanaka Nan Nalam I don't know. You know what I mean? So like our palindromes, our definition of palindromes are not phonetic. Like none of them are phonetic. Skashi backwards is not shikashi. It's like ish, yeah, like you know what I mean. At least I think. Anyways, thanks for the palindrome thing. All right, let's get back and refocus. My mind is like fried right now. I'm trying to think about like ah I realize that I have been not thinking about palindromes in a manner. Huh. You have to sign off. Yeah. Take care. Take care, Mark. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious what you do in your days. Yeah, the mind puzzles and studies. Indeed. There is a YouTuber, or at least there's a clip of a YouTuber who has a channel that she can speak backwards, like with ease, but not in the sense of backwards in frequency, but backwards alphabetically. So if you give the person a word or a sentence, she can read it backwards, which is interesting. Software engineer by day. Oh, Twitch chatter by day. Another software engineer. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think it's a self-selection. You are the possibly the 16th software adjacent, if not software on the nose or software adjacent person. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Have a good one. I won't hold you up. Yeah, we gotta get on task. Although I am early today. I'm early by 3 hours. Or this is actually the normal time. I'm finally back on the normal time. All right. 加油. Right? 加油. 頑張ってください. 加油. All right. I hadn't had this much fun in a while. Nah, I'm kidding. Every day is fun. Now I gotta think about palindromes all over again. Now, I'm so tempted now to say something forward and reverse the audio just to see. Like, are there words in which when you say it in the forward direction and you play it backwards, it's the same word? Does that exist? Like, is sis? There's no way, right? Is sis? If you say sis as in like sister, you say sis and you play it backwards, does it give you sis? It can't, right? Because of how like accents work, right? Because you would have to go up again. Like all the accents, all the like the pitches are going to be asymmetrical. So you can't possibly have. Oh man. Huh. Anyways, sorry. All right, I'm done. Go back to our unit. Yeah, palindrome. Shikashi. Actually, did you explain why Japanese is not suitable for palindromes? Yeah, koneko. I mean, koneko sounds fine. Koneko. Sorry, I thought kodomo because again, reading text from a monitor that's half lit. Is it one of those days? Nah, we're done with one of those days. We do have a new Japanese language learner though. Started in August. Yeah. Oh, wait, we gotta go back. It was, yeah, chichi. Chichi and haha are the first kanji. Very nice. Fumu. Fumu. Already know the Hanzi for fumu, right? Because if you got chichi and haha, right? Chichi and haha. If you put them together, you got fumu in Chinese, which means parents. Fumu. All right. What was unit 43? Was it getting around a building? No, it's feelings. Oh no, we're doing feelings. Okay, feelings. Here we go. Re, 热情. Yes. 热情人热情人遇到是 What the heck? Oh, wait. I thought today was the third day, right? So does that mean you have confirmation that tomorrow is going to be a good day, right? Oh, I had an early day? Well, we talked yesterday. Oh, maybe you didn't tell me yesterday was a bad day. Yeah, we talked yesterday too. So 遇到 that's probably it. I guess I didn't ask if your day was bad yesterday or not. That's nice. So today is a good day. Nice. 遇到 遇到 glad to hear it. 经常经常经常 My stream started earlier? I mean, that yeah, I know. I started the stream earlier. Or I started at the normal time. 经常 which was earlier than the previous day. 经常 Whoops. Wait. Yes, that's actually 经常想想 right 想帮关心关心关心关心别人 right 别人 So what made today not a bad day, I suppose? Like, what are you doing to celebrate the end of bad days? For a while. Hopefully for a while. 别人 yeah, that's gross. 看起来 看起来 知道知道 Not that 道不是那道是这道 Wait, did I just make a pun? I think I just made a pun. Oh no. I just made a pun in Chinese. Yeah, it's a pun on 知. Oh man. Oh, wow. That was unintentional. It's a different 知. Like when I said 不是那 na dao, 是知道 as in like 知道. I'm trying to write 知道 not 这道 like 这个道 right like man oh, wow Chinese please okay let's see where are we going feelings 奇怪今天我是我看起来挺今天我是奇怪我觉得奇怪奇 it's my special juice. No, I wasn't drinking anything. That was fruit juice I was drinking. 奇怪imagine drinking on stream. You're allowing yourself to get back to contentment? Oh, well, that's lovely. Contentment, that's a bonus. Up from bad, you know? Sounds like you're going from like a 3 maybe to a 5 out of 10. You know, average day. Not bad, not good. Perhaps, mayhaps. 奇怪紧张 yeah 紧张可怕哭难过生气 You might do a Spanish lesson? That sounds like a reward to me. Go get those Spanish lessons. How sorry, I put in an extra stroke. I don't know why. 好笑还有什么字还有什么字No, I think that's it. Yeah, the unit's not filled with a lot of stuff, huh? Yeah, we're good. We're good. We made some room for some nice conversations. Oh, wait. I'm missing grammar point. Maybe not. Alright. Actually, let's double check. Oh, duh. No, like not duh, but duh. We missed duh. Duh. Right. Duh. What a weird coincidence. I missed duh. Okay. That's fine. That was fun. I think we're good with this. This one's good. We've been bolstering it quite a bit now. Bolstering.
请看一下。
请看一下。请看一下。
电脑在桌子上。
电脑在桌子下。
你的手机在桌子上。
你的手机在桌子上。你的手机在桌子上。
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
OK， 每天他在家，他在家，呢？附近的公园跑步。All right。
7点差10分。
7点差10分。10分 not 10分10分。7点差
7点差10分。
7点差10分。10 minutes to 7。
站在你们中间的人是谁？
站在你们中间的人是谁？Between y'all, between y'all, it'd be weird to be standing between you, a singular person, but between y'all.
我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。
我坐在妈妈 sing 妈妈 right？ 妈妈和爸爸
中间。我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。
Dang it， 爸爸 first 爸爸先爸爸和妈妈。
我太喜欢酒的味道了。
我太喜欢酒的味道 right 味道了。
我太喜欢酒的味道了。
味道 dang it not 味道我太喜欢酒的味道了。Really I like the taste of alcohol very much. Okay.
我不知道那是什么味道。
我不知道那是什么味道。
我不
知道。
知道
那是什么味道？
他去年秋天来了北京。
他去年Oh no
他去年秋天来了北京。
秋天来了北京。秋天 去年秋天。
7点。
7点差。Wait, I thought it was 2, but it's 1. Okay, 7年差10分。
10分。
Okay.
他去年秋天来北京来了北京来北京了。Wait, can I get away with this? 北京
Oh no. Can I? Yeah, I can. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I feel like I can say both. I don't know what flavor that is.
我
不知道。
味道知道。
They got me. 我不知道那是什么味道。Okay. It's a good day. I'm very energetic today.
谁在洗手间里？
It does help that we had another invigorating conversation. That extra pep in the brain area. Extra pep in the brain area. 谁在洗手间里？ Oh.
你最喜欢的甜点是什么？
你最喜欢的甜点是什么？ Okay. All right.
告诉
Oh, dang it. I thought I immediately went to 所以 that's not even close. 告诉时间甜点已经 dang it He's saying must. Every time I think of already, I think of 已经 已经 which is must, not already. 已经 is what I'm 已经
小费。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
我要穿什么去这个派对？
OK， 我要穿什么去这个派对？呢？
我要
，Where's 穿啊？我要穿。Gotta take this in.我要穿
什么
衣服？
发烧
What the? Wait, maybe it's not 衣服。
我要穿什么去这个派对？
Oh, we're not even looking. 我要穿什么去这个派对？
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。Oof. I don't know about sacrificing comfort or a little bit of value. Not sure about that. Or not value but cost. Because value goes down when comfort goes down too. I don't know about that. Ain't it, Chief?
你
你
穿红色
的衣服，衣服最漂亮。
衣服
最
漂亮。
你找谁？
你找谁？
我在找我的手机。我
在
找
我的手机。
我的手机。
你每天用几个小时电脑？
你每天用几个小时电脑？OK。Spend is more like 花 but I get it. 用 like how many hours do you use the computer? But I guess spend on the computer is similar, you know. 每天
健康
Sorry, I was thinking of something on the side.
小时
出租车。
猪肉
We just got Budaniku, right? 猪肉面条。
水在冰箱上。
水在冰箱上。OK。
冰箱里有什么？
冰箱里有什么？
冰箱有
什么？冰箱里有什么？我在 Let's go to the bathroom. 我在找我的手机。
找
的
我的手机。
Oh, you know what? Can I say this differently?
洗手间
里在谁？ No, there's no way that works. I'm curious. Dang it.
谁
在洗手间里 Oh, maybe? No, I don't think it works. The other way around.
我公司附近有一个公园。
我公司附近有一个公园。Okay.
你在写什么？
开始
写
面条
地铁
分钟
请看一下菜单。
Okay.
菜单房间桌子椅子
哥，我们可以去哪里买帽子？
我们可以去哪里买帽子？Okay.
帽子短
Sorry. I was about to cough. I caught myself in the middle of a cough. 短甜点卖 not my 鼻子。
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。
ne oh no。
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。OK。
公园
Oops。
公园公司
公司的呢？我公司
附近
有
一个公园。
Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry, my bad.
我的姐姐最近花太多钱了。
There's 花。我的姐姐最近花太多钱了。That's gonna be me at the end of this month. I'm gonna do some investment in some quality of life upgrades. Hopefully, anyways. Hopefully.
我花了太多时间做这个事情。我
花了太多事情。
太多时间。
事情。太多时间做这个事情。
做这个事情，我花了太多时间做这个事情。
现在2点整。
现在2点整。OK。
4点整我要到医院。
4点我要到医院。
4点整我要到医院。
4点整我要到医院。OK。现在2点整。OK。他虽然生病了，但是没有请假 ，right？ 他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。Okay, go back to our unit. Okay.
求一会儿在食堂见。
一会儿在食堂见。食堂见。Yeah, oh, actually that's fine. 一会儿在食堂见。A little bit wonky on. I was thinking of 2 different words at the same time. 虚 sorry. 虚 my bad. 虚
糖
虚夜
夜
毕
时
夜
虚
毕
成
时
堂
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
OK，
你们
你们
星期五
星期五必须要完成作业。
下午你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
对，
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
哦，以前
Yeah,
以前 before them B B Where are you B
B
他现在要去见校长。他
要
现在
他现在要去
他现在要去见校长。见
校长我明年go I guess
上
yeah 我明年上高中他要去他现在要去见校长
他们
的老师要求很高我今天我必须要完成今天工作今天我今天必须要完成这个工作。谁 I mean
谁你们
的
你们谁今年
叫你们的班今天谁叫你们的班 OK
我可以向你借笔记本吗
blah OK 我可以向你借笔记本吗 Oh my gosh 我可以向你借笔记本吗 blah blah 笔记本吗
我忘记带铅笔了。我
忘记哦，我忘记带哦，我忘记带 What did you forget to bring? 铅笔。
铅笔了，我忘记带铅笔了。
铅笔了 Okay. Got to bring pencils. That's fine. Oh, you know what? That is an interesting thought. Oh, I still remember that. I wonder what it's like now. Like forgetting to bring a pencil. I remember the times when you had to bring a pencil for class and not a pen, right? That's interesting. Wow, that's a nostalgia kick right there.
借
Yeah.
清
清
楚板
石借
楚
叶签象
借
长清what was this? 体育馆so 我们在体育馆打排球
我们在体育馆打排球
象
黑板上的字太小了。黑板
像呢？黑板上字太小了。
太小了的，黑板上的字太小了。
黑板上的字太小了。Oh no, here we go.
我可以给我
可以给我 I almost want to say you, but 可以 wait, 你 is 你 anywhere? No. 可以给我
一张
纸吗？
纸吗？
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？对不起。
对不起。对不起。
我可以
向你借笔记吗？对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？对 I didn't hear it clearly.
我没有
我没有听清楚。清楚。She writes with a pencil. Who would have thought? 他用铅笔写字。Oh wait, hold up. Is that 2-2? Oh no, 写字 Oh, it's 3-2 to 4. 3 convert to 写字。他用铅笔写字。Okay. Speaking of 写
椅子黑板在
wait 请写 请写在黑板里，or
在上
not 里来，像 I thought that was 里 for a minute. That's 在yes. Everything is going to the house. 像 needs to leave now. 他现在需要 no not 需要 but 必须要离开他现在必须要离开。
我可以向你借笔记本吗？
我可以向你借我可以向你借笔记本吗？
你知道新校长是谁吗？
比如呢？
你知道新校长是谁吗？你
知道新校长是谁吗？
吗
？OK
谁
叫你们的班？谁今年叫你们的班？B
城西旁
叶
城
向借签叶球铅笔护照 Whoops I said 护照检查
地址
起飞体育馆 OK
楚
OK Wait, does that actually have a lip? I think I might have I wrote a flat one, but I think that it has a lip. I didn't realize it had a lip. I have to double check with that. Actually, let's double check now. What was this? Chu. Chu has a lip. Where are you, Chu? So many Chus. I think most of the Chus have lips. Let's just take a look. It's the same radical. Oh my gosh. Of course I picked one without a stroke order. What about this one? This one looks good. Give me this. Oh yeah, it does have a lip. Oh, does that mean all the other ones have a lip too and I haven't been writing a lip? Alright. I'll make a note of that next time. I've been writing this character like this, right? I haven't been adding this, so I don't know. Like for example, does this one have a lip? No, because that's part of... No, that's because that's part of this. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. Might be the first instance of it.
Yeah.
我还没有完成作业。
我还没有完成作业。我还没有。
我忘记写今天的笔记。
我忘记写今天的笔记。 All right. Short lessons. Although now we have to do all of this. So before I do this, I really need to. So, be right back. This will take a while. It'll take like an hour and a half at least. All right, now that I'm super several mils lighter, right? Several mils lighter. Let's get this. We shall not falter. We have time now to complete all of our kanza, and if I'm ambitious, we can go back and wrap up some of these loose ends too. Get in some more practice. Practice. Okay.
想要
Interesting. Oh.
要求
要求想要 Okay.
想要
要求
快要只要我要
good old
要求
要求
想要
想要
要求
Same thing, different tone.
要求
不想
不想
想要
快
要
我要 Alright. Strap in.
要
求
要
要要求
要求
要
要求
不是
不是
脚
Oh boy. Wait, which jiao is it? I think we'll find out in a bit.
要
要
求疼
要求
要眼镜
眼镜
筷子
眼镜筷子
要求油条要求拿完
请
等
要求
请进
要
嘴巴
Oh boy. Forgot about that one. 嘴巴。
七。
嘴巴。OK。
我要。
我要。要求。我要。
想要。
要求。
我要。快要。我
家。
要
求。要求。
我要。
我要。哎。
我要。要求。
I'll go as long as I can hold my stamina, I suppose.
想要。
想要。
只要。快要。我
要。要求。You can do it. Come on. You can do it. There we go.
作业。
作业。All right. 作业。
作业。作业。作业。
作业。作业。作业。
作业。
作业。
作业。作业。作业。
作业。
必须。
必须。必须。OK， 必须。
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 必须。必须。必须。
必须。
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 必须。必须。必须。
必须。
All right. Da 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 da.
作业。
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 作业。作业。作业。
作业。作业。
作业。
必须。
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 Oh, I was wondering.
必须。
Oh my gosh, the
必须。
order.
必须。
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 Different
必
order.
须。
Different stroke order.
必须。
必须。必须。必须。
必须。
I haven't been able to get this character looking okay when I write it, so 作业。必须。
必。
作业。作业。必须。Oh no, I got this. 希望 right 希望。
希望。
希望。希望。
学校。必须。
必须。
小学。
作业。
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 作。学。
Yeah.
必须。
作业。
作业。
作业。作业。必须。Wait, this is 失望。
失望。失望。Instead of 希望。失望。
地理。考试。
考试。考试。What?
必须。
必
须。
高中。
You know, 高中 reminds me of Time's Up. 高中。 I wonder if that's 高中 too. Like 1-1, 高中. Like 高中了. It's the time is up. Or time is up. 高中了.
作业。
作业。作业。
往右。
往右。
必须。科学。
科学。
作业。
作业。
学校。
学校。学校。
花了。
花了。
必须。
必须。
高中。
高中。
作
业。Alright. Ooh.
关心。
Okay.
必须。
Yeah, 必须. Yep. Makes sense.
必。
高兴。
买。
买。
关心。
关心. Oh, I said 高 again. 关心。
点心。
点心。Oh, right. 点心。
必须。
Dim sum. Right.
必
须。
点心。必须。
在这里。在这里。有信心。我
朋友。
必须。
有信心。
必有信心。
有
心。Oh, they could add the other 心 as well. Oh, the two other 心s actually.
必须。
This is gonna be a long unit.
上学。走路。信心。关心。必须。
有信心。
几点。
关心。
桌子下。
必须。点心。
关心。
必须。
That was 1-1. 高兴. I think I might have dropped it to neutral every once in a while, like 关心. So 关心. Okay.
必须。
必须。
必须。必须。必须。
必须。
必须。
必须。必须。
You know, Bishu? Oh my god. Oh no. Was that his name? Oh no, it was Bishu. Actually,
必须。
Bishu was the guy's name.
必须。
I mean, that's close enough.
必须。
I'm thinking of a long time ago when I still watched like League of Legends stuff. 完成. 完成. 完成.
完成。
完成。完成。
成。
完成。
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 完成。完成。完成。
完成。完成。完成。
完成。
Yeah, Bishu. Here's a hominin. Rebel and rebel. Yeah, rebel and rebel. Exactly. That's a good one too. rebel and rebel. There's so many good ones in English.
两个
what am I doing?
答作业
作业
作业
sell and sale. Sell and sell. Sell. So I sell something and sale something. But if you look at it, if you listen to it very closely, a lot of people just say sell. Like sell twice. Even though they're not like, this isn't like a actual one. But I don't think it's distinguishable for most people. When you go sailing, it's still selling something, right? I sell something, but I go sailing. So if I'm selling something, I'm not sailing something. I'm selling something, but I'm not sailing. Like sailing a boat, selling a boat. So if I'm selling a boat, I'm sailing a boat. However, I think these have become almost interchangeable for most people. So any of this, like ale, like ale versus yale, it become less pronounced now. So you have plenty of them, like hail versus hail, like to hail someone, or raining hail. Or like a bell versus bail. To bail someone out of jail, to ring a bell. So bail and bail. So ale and ill are very not distinguishable. And this comes up a lot. These two come up a lot in many things. Like even the weird, like this thing, like the EL and the LE, also comes up quite a lot too. So many examples.
作业
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 作业作业作业
Oh, also this air and this air as well. Like, I dare you, that's a deer, right? But if you find other examples, if you change this letter or the beginning, sometimes this becomes this and vice versa, depending on, like, you know, who you talk to and whatnot. But dare and deer are obviously different for quite a lot of people. But it might not be the same if you say like bear and beer, or even different, this bear. A bear and bear. I say bear, so like it's a big bear, but I bear arms, like one bear arms, possibly against a bear. My pitch accent is somewhere else. I think bear is at the end and bear is at the beginning. So I bear arms. There are bears in the forest. So it's slightly at the end, and then bear is slightly in the beginning. At least that's what I think I do most of the time. Unfortunately, you would have to catch me saying those two words at the same time in a single sentence to actually tell, without me like deliberately doing it.
必须
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 必须必须必须
必须必须
必须
I'm trying to think of other examples. Oh, here's one that I just don't know what to do about. Lore or lure. Some people use lure in order to distinguish from lore, but you can lure something. But then there's lore, as in like this lore. So depending on where you are regionally, this can still sound like lure. You lure someone in, not you lure someone in. That's something too. I say lore and lore. Lore and lore. So when I speak of lore, like the, I don't know, the Elden Ring lore, and then I lure or lore, like it can sound like this. So I don't know. That I don't know what to do about. And this luring, like luring someone in, like luring, right? Luring someone in is often in like fantasy games. So you might have lore in the conversation at the same time. So there's that too.
必须
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 必须必须必须
The list keeps going on, man. Yeah, it just keeps going on.
完成
Manchang. I feel like learning Chinese makes me feel this way at the same time, and I think it's fun. I think that the reason like English, all the words that we're talking about makes me it's the same reason why I'm kind of enthusiastic about Chinese as well, because Chinese does that. It does that quite naturally, at least to my ears. It often elicits the same fun overlaps. 完成
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 Okay.
完成完成
Whoops. Recorder.
完成
Ah!
完成完成
完成
Which Cheng are we talking about? This Cheng. 这个 Cheng. 不是那个 Cheng.
作业
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 作业作业
这个业
作业
不是那个业
作业
什么业你知道我是说我是说什么业
作业
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 I'm thinking about this year. Whoops. I'm thinking about this year. Uh,
必须
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 Oh, and this one is weird because I did get an instance of this in Japanese. And in Japanese, it's like I think that's the stroke order for Japanese. I gotta double check. Oh, well, I can't even double check because I don't even know what the read was or that. It's a different order. I know it's a different order.
必
Maybe
须
not exactly that
必须
order.
必须
I kind of like the Chinese order though.
必须
I think I lean towards going from left to right, as opposed to center then left right, like this way, down center, down the center, left right. Order. 必须
必须
Okay.
必须
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 Dare, the right radical of like dare or shay, right? I think Japanese has.
必须
I also slightly tilt. Actually, I strongly tilt
必须
towards the
必须
Japanese stroke order.
必须
I like making that vertical stroke first.
必须
As of right now. Tentatively speaking.
完
顽强
完成
完成
So I'm not sure if this character, it was vertical first, then horizontal.
完
No,
成
I think it's the same. for
完成
both.
完成
完成
完成完成
Hmm.
完成
This is gonna take
高兴
高兴. Oh no, they put 高兴. Oh no, are they putting 高兴 next to 关心? Oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. That the two that I mix up.
南方
Oh no, they aren't. Just kidding. Not yet, anyways. Wait, have I been? No, I haven't messed up.
南方
I'm just expecting them to do so. 高兴 高兴 next to 关心 Okay. Oh my goodness. 很高兴认识你。
很
高
高兴
兴认识你。
时
认
任
识你。
你
You finished the lesson? Very nice. Cozy, how do you feel?
高兴
Even more content?
南方
I
菜
I like to believe. Are you even more content now?
高南方菜
南方菜
南
南
方
方
菜
Okay.
太晚，
晚这台湾不是台湾。
很高兴认识你。
很高兴认识你。
高兴
Oh, that is 4. 高兴 Okay. 关心 versus 高兴。
南方
南方
意大利
人。It was about the Argentino Corralido. What is that neighborhood? I don't know what the second term is. Something to do with neighborhood maybe? Or like the region? I don't know.
南方
Oh,
菜
no. Tell me more.
高
Tell me more. 呢？
高
高 Oh.
高
南菜
南方
Whoops. 南方
蓝
南
商店
Interesting. I guess 商店 kind of looks like 南方. You have to read a passage on it and answer questions. I see. No. 商店
高红南方
很高兴认识你。
高
宝
好
高兴
高兴
他
高
高
南方
菜很高兴认识你
南方菜
南 Alright, don't do that again, please. 作业 Whoops.
作业
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 作业作业作业
Okay. The Argentino peso devalued earlier 2001. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Argentina isn't doing very well when it comes to their economy. Yeah, actually quite a few adjacent countries as well, actually. It's actually substantially dire, actually. It hasn't improved since 2001. I read a lot about a few of them, especially like Venezuelan. Yeah, Venezuelan is tough. Yeah, immediately when you think about that region, Venezuela is in dire straits for sure. Yeah. Stream delay catches up. We both thought about Venezuelan immediately. Like Venezuelan's currency. I don't know what it's called actually. Yeah, we both thought about it. It's really tough down there.
必须
You can't avoid talking about economy without, like, I would say it kind of reminisces with like the Greece a bit ago. Has it been like more than 5 years since the whole Greece economic crises?
必须
See, on the Europe side, she
必须
tough.
必须
必须必须必须
必须
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 That came about because I
必须
was also following the Japanese economy pretty regularly. Japan's economy isn't the hottest at the moment as well.
完成
完成
With that said, you know, the last couple years, economy in general all around. However, some places
完成
a lot more downtrending than others.
完成完成
It was basically who was declining less was the good news.
完成
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 完成必
必须
必须
Inflation, you know, inflation gate everywhere.
必须
Whoops.
必须
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 Still ongoing.
必须
必须必须必须
Noli what? 提高? Interesting. Oh, this is from a previous one.
提高
提高 Noli
努力
提高 You got a grammar review next? Get them grammars.
请看
请看
努力水平提高安全
努力
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 提高
努力
But it's all in Spanish and it's C1. I see.
提高
提高
好看努力
打了
高
兴
提高
提高
这些
提高
等了
等了
水平努力
努力
No English help? I mean, you got this.
可爱
You got this.
提高
提高
难吃
难吃
努力
努力
等
等看等着等着
必
必须
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 必须必须必须
Alright, we're getting our pips. 完成
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 哦
完成
OK 高中完成
完
高中完成
高中科学完成初中
初中
等
着
高中
高中完成
高中
高中
高中中国
看完
提高完
成
完成完成
学校
要
开车完成高中考试高中希望
希望
初中完成考试
get him
闲
okay
完成
okay I got you 闲 I'm gonna be real. I'm a
完成
little salty after that one. 完成
甜黑咸完成我们
完成
I caught up on my Hanzi. No, I wish. We didn't make up all the Inktober stuff. Nope. We're like 7 units behind because 7 units behind on Hanzi. But that's fine. From the we touched upon all the Hanzi, right? I'm talking about the exercises. Haven't completed the exercise.
闲
闲 yesterday though, last unit managed to do that. That's when Inktober was over, which is longish. We'll go as long as I have stamina, right?
完成
Slowly we'll creep up. We're like 10 units behind in Japanese.
咸
The Hanzi ones are the longest because they have a lot of these exercises, which it's good. It's good. Lots of review. 咸可 yeah 可
九完成我
叫
闲
咸完成回
我要
知 I wonder what tone that is standalone. Kinda sounded like not close enough.
咸
完成
完成 All right. Okay.
提
高
高中
高
冰
茶
茶、
高中、
高中
中间、电话、提
高
高
中
提高
提高高中
高
初中、中间、
快到、
提高、高中、铅笔、
铅笔铅笔
铅笔、
铅
铅笔
铅笔
鉛筆
铅笔铅笔
铅笔
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 铅笔、
铅笔
铅笔铅笔铅笔
铅笔
像
wait 像towards yeah
向上
向上、
向上
向上向上
向上向上
向上向
向
Oh, this is a lot
向
flatter. It's a wide.
向上
This character is wider
向
than I thought it was going to be. Oh,
向
maybe
上
that's a difference too. It being a wider. There might be wider and thinner versions. I don't know.
铅
铅笔
铅笔
Huh. It's way wider.
铅笔
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 铅笔、
铅笔
铅笔铅笔铅笔
借、
借借
借、
It's both borrow and lend.
借
借
It's one of the
借
things with English, but not.
借
It's a thing with translating lend and borrow,
借
using translating other languages with
借
lend and borrow.
借
借
In Chinese, you can say borrow you,
借
which is 借, so that becomes lend
借
in English,
借
but it's still borrow.
借
借
So in Chinese, 借 is consistent. It's like borrow you, borrow me. However, when you combine it with 相, then it's lend. But borrow you, borrow me. If you borrow me, that's still lend in English. So like you lend me something, you don't borrow me something. And that happens a lot. It even happened in what is it? In German. Someone was talking, "Oh yeah, can I borrow you, can I borrow you something?" Like, "Oh, okay." Yeah, you kind of get used to it. I don't know if there's another language that the transition between lend and borrow is like 1-to-1, but it's not Chinese. At least in my opinion. Like the whole lend and borrowing thing comes up a lot.
像
And it happened in this unit, so like, oh yeah. When you use 接我 versus 我接 or like 你接接我 is lend me 你接 means to borrow from you, so 借 becomes borrow and lend at the same time. It's not simply borrow, but 像 with 借 is typically borrow, but not lend. From the perspective of the person speaking. Good stuff. Upwards.
向上，
向上，向上，
向
向上，
向向
向
I
上，
actually don't
向
mind either way. When someone says, can I borrow you something?
向
I actually that doesn't even make me double take anymore. Can I borrow you something? Can I borrow you a notebook?
上医生
Whoops.
铅
铅笔，
铅笔，铅笔，
铅笔，
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 铅笔
铅笔，
铅笔，铅笔，铅笔，
借，向，
借，
借，向，
向，
向上，
上，
是，
哦，
换，
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 哦，换，哦，yeah, 换。I thought it was 穿，换，right? To change as in like clothing change. 换，
借，
借，
借，对，
借，
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 哦，先
先，
first 先
疼，
tongue hurt. I just realized tongue has winter in it. 冬 has 冬 in it. Tongue. Being and 冬 huh.
向，
Yeah.
开，
I
向
yeah. Okay.
向上，
向上，
向，
向
读，
my 读 oops. Oh my gosh, that threw me off again. Again, my 读 okay, 读
洗，借，
借借
向，
向
流，
流 oh 流 oh my goodness, I was looking for a different Leo.
借，
Oh no, it's happening. 借
先，
先
帮，
帮 okay 借借
借，
alright
借，
借
借，
it's happening
借
借
借
借，借，
or like the next
借
maybe 2 months left in this course, it's going to be the most redundant question I'm going to ask myself is which 借 which 几 which 比 oh which one are they talking about? Ooh, which one is it going to be this time? You know, when they say something, oh, which one is it going to be this time?
向上，
向上，向上，
向
向上，
向上。
If you squint, if you
向
squeeze your ears
向
really, really
向
hard, it kind of sounds like Samsung.
向
向
向
上，向上。Although you can get closer, definitely get closer. Like 先上 probably. Like 先上is probably closer to Samsung. I don't know if you can get am. Yeah, you probably can't. Nah, am is pretty off. It's probably 先上. 先上 is probably the closest to Samsung. 先上.
星期
I don't actually know. I should look that up.
铅笔
Probably close. 铅笔.
铅笔
Knowing the sounds
铅笔
available to me anyways.
铅笔，
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 铅笔. Oops.
铅笔
铅笔，
铅笔铅笔铅笔
Okay. It does help that my parents said it a couple of times when they try to say like Samsung and Sony and stuff. It's actually pretty close. You substitute sounds, close sounds. Yeah.
借
Yeah.
借
借
借
借
借
借借借
Oh. Yeah.
向
向
向上
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 向上，
向向向
向
Slowly but
向
surely. Stay vigilant. Oh. 笔记天天
天天
笔记
笔记
笔记天天天天
小学
小学小学
笔记已经
天天
Not this time, Duo. 已经 You take your 已经
考
考试
笔记
记
笔
笔记
天天
科学笔记
初
中笔
记
记昨天
天天
铅笔
笔
天天
科学现在笔记初中
天天
笔
科学
科学
每天天天
笔记
笔
考试
是 OK Oof OK
忘
忘记 OK 笔记忘记 and 笔记 Fair enough
迟到
请看
忘记笔记希望
忘记
忘记 Okay.
往右。
各自。
各自。火
火
锅。
锅。笔记。
忘记。嗯。哎。铅笔。
铅笔。铅笔。
I'm kind of curious when and where I'm gonna get, because we have 签, right? 铅笔. It might not be the same 签 like 签名字, like sign your name. 签名字. I don't know if that's right, correct one though. 签你名字, right? 在 or like 在这里签你名字, something like that.
铅笔。
It might be something like that.
铅笔。
铅
Like
笔
sign your name here.
铅笔
Instead of saying 写, like write your name here.
铅笔
铅笔。铅笔。
Although it's attached to pencil as
铅笔
opposed to pen, so I don't know. The mnemonic kind of falls a little.
行
Oh.
借
Yeah. Yeah.
借。借。
借。
借。
借借借
借。借。借。
My glucose stores are diminishing. I can feel it in my head. Oops. That must have been a different xiang.
像。
That might have been a xiang instead of a xiang.
向
向上。
Well played.
向上。
向
Well played,
向
Duolingo.
上。
向。
Yep.
向。
Well played. They put xiang, xiang right above xiang.
想
Sorry, I was still on my
Jie.
last thought.
借。
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 借借
Caught me slacking.
借
借。借。借。
清楚
清楚. Alright, 清楚. 看清楚. 看不清楚. 清楚.
清楚
清楚.
清楚。
The other 清.
看不清楚。
清楚。
I think this might be our
清楚。
fifth 清. It might be our fifth
清
清.
楚。
Oops.
清楚。
清楚清楚看不清楚
看不清楚。
看不清楚。
清楚
清楚。
黑板
黑板. 黑板. 黑板.
黑板。
Oh,
黑板。
hello there.
黑板。
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 黑板黑板
Oops.
黑板
黑板。黑板。黑板。
黑板。
I'm still contemplating about doing a review or like the thing that I would typically do, like who is this for and what would they give a rating on, and then who is it not for. Oh man, that's gonna take so long to unpack. Maybe not. I'm still debating. I have like 2 months out. Still 2 months out to do that. 新的 okay. 7天 7天 oh 7天 ne oh
7天
that's random.
新鲜
I was thinking like a type of day, but they were going for the number of day.
新的
新的 yeah 7天
新的7天不在最爱太晚
新的
新的
新的7天
新的
7天新的
新的7天真的谁的夏天
夏天
7天
对
这些快要
信心
信心
7天新
的新的
新的
昨天
昨天呢昨天
新的
新的
7天
7天
红的
红的
可爱清楚
清楚 alright we got the 楚不清楚哦看不清okay
清楚
yeah there we go and then there's the lip
看不清楚
I don't think it's on everything
看不清楚看不清楚
清楚
oh but it is on dan like in 鸡蛋
清楚
the very top dan oh there it is too this is dan well played Duolingo that's
清
it
楚
that's it
清楚
清楚
so we I mean that means I'm expecting to see dan as one of the
看不清
exercises
楚
for sure
清楚
yeah dan
清楚
oops
看不清楚
看不清楚
all right
清楚
清楚
看不清楚
清楚
看不清楚
清楚看不清楚
看不清楚
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 清楚
看不清楚
okay
黑板
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 oh yikes I've been writing this character incorrectly I was using fun but it's not fun so yeah I had to correct that I was using this although wait it might actually be a simplified versus not simplified difference wait oh I might have been writing Okay, yeah. It might actually be a difference between simplified and unsimplified, actually, but
黑板
I need to correct that.
黑板
I have to look.
黑板
黑板
That's why you do exercises.
黑板
You know? Why you do
黑
these
板
exercises. You get to clean up all the writing. Yeah, I've been adding a lip on it. 真的 Okay, 真的秋天 What the heck? Oh,
夏天、
no, 秋天
秋天、
秋天 Wow, that looks really weird. 秋天真的秋天
真的、秋天、
秋天
不太、最好、
小
时
真的
真的
秋
天
真的、
真的 OK
谁的冬天、
冬天
真的、
的
我的
的
秋天、
秋天
秋天
秋
真的、
的
不太、的很、
分钟、
秋天
很真的
真的
一天、
一天
真的、
真的
的很、
的很
只是
秋天
春天
秋天
昨天、
晴天、
晴天
秋天、秋天、春天、
三天
秋
天秋天
春天
天
春
天
秋天
天 OK
秋天、晴天、每天、阴天、春天、
春天 Whoops
看不清楚
看不清楚看不清楚
清楚
看不清楚
清楚清楚
清楚
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 看不清楚
清楚
清楚
Okay Okay Alright 看不清
看
Okay
看不清楚
清
看不清楚看不清楚
清楚
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 清楚清楚清楚
清楚黑
黑板
Oops wrong
黑板
wrong character
黑板
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 黑板黑板黑板清
清楚，
看不清楚，
清楚，
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 清楚，看不清楚，
清楚，
看不清楚，
清楚，
清楚，
看不
清楚，
清楚，
看不清楚，
清楚，
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 看不清楚，清楚，清楚，清楚，
看不清楚，黑
黑板，
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 黑板，黑板，黑板，
黑板，
Oops,
黑
wrong
板，
direction.
黑板，
黑板，
OK，
秋
秋天，秋天，
夏
夏天，秋天，
一天、
天，
三
天，
夏天、
天，
昨天、
秋天、
天，
夏
秋天，
秋天，天，
夏天，
夏，
一天、
夏
天、
天，
晴天、
晴天 ，Oops，晴天，
阴天、
天，
秋
天，秋。Give me all the pips。
看不
看不清楚，清楚，
看不清楚，
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 清楚，
清楚，看不清楚，清楚，清楚，
清楚，
All right. Others of zero.
看不清楚，
看不清楚，
清楚，
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 清楚，清楚，
看不清楚，
清楚，
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 Okay. Ne? 聊天，迷路，
迷
路，
聊天，
聊
迷路，
聊天、迷路、
关门、看书、
游
戏、
聊天，
聊，对，迷路，
聊天、
7天、
迷路、聊天、
停车、 三
天
迷路，迷路，
拍照。
Oh, 拍照 Oh, that's 拍照 Yikes. 拍照 Oh, wait. You know what? No. 拍照经过
迷路。聊天
看书。
聊
天。迷路。失望。
失望。
有空。
游戏。
Alright.
黑
板。
黑板。
黑板，
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 黑板，黑板，黑板。
Alright. Getting close.
七
天。夏天。7天。
3
天。
每天。晴天。夏天。7
天。
夏
7天。
6
夏天。
夏天。7天。晴天。3天。
前天。
看不清楚。
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 清楚。
看不清楚。
看不清楚。看不清楚。
看不清楚。
看不清楚。
清楚。
看不清楚。
Okay.
后天。聊
天。后天。
一天。
后面。后天。聊天。
阴
天。
聊
天。
后天。
后天。
聊天。
聊。
每天。
后天。前天。昨天。聊
天。OK。铅笔。向上。
笔记。
铅笔。向上。对，向上。再向上。
科学。铅笔。几乎。
五级。
年级。
年级。Sorry. 年级。Oh no.
铅笔。
OK.
铅
笔。
向上，
铅笔，
铅笔，
铅，
对，
地理，晚上，铅笔，小学，
向上，
向上，
上课，
一些，
地理，
向上，
铅笔，
铅笔，
经常，
经常，
铅笔，作业，
向上，
地理，
Give me them pips，
天
天，
前天，
一天，7天，
前天，
天天，
聊天，
前
天天，
前天，
哦
7天，天天，阴天，
前天，
一天，
回，
向上，
Where are you going with this? Oh, that's fair.
向
上，
回
家，
回，
向上，
上，
向，问题，回，问，请问，
向，
对，
回，
回。Oh, they're getting a little bit sus there.
向上，
同学，回，不准，
Whoops.
问，
回家，
回，向，同学，
回家，
请问，
请问，
回家，
向上，
喂，对，
向
向上，
叫，向，
中，中，马上，对，马上，向
明，向，上班，
向上，
开。
All right, got another pip down.
上课
Gotta learn. Queste lo che queste. What does that mean? Something is what? Something. Something you. It's what? It's. Whatever it takes. Oh, queste lo que. Oh, queste lo que. Queste loche queste. Actually that's kind of catchy.
早上好。
早上好. Or is it you? No. Like it? Whatever it takes. Do I have something for whatever it takes? I don't think so. Maybe not.
早上好。
早上好. Not yet, anyway.
上海。
上课。
上班。上。
Yeah, I don't think so. Whatever it takes. I think there might be something maybe once in a blue moon in Japanese that might come off as whatever it takes. That's it. Yeah, no. I don't think so. Fujonese? No. I don't think so. Whatever it takes, there's some proverbs in Chinese that might be equivalent. I'm trying. It's something like the closest thing I can think of is something like, regardless, I'll get it done, or something. Like the closest thing I can think of is something to the meaning of, to the the literal meaning of, it doesn't matter what, I'll get it done. Like that's how it like translates. Like regardless what it is, I'll get it done. Kinda. That's the closest thing I can think of. Yeah, something like that. So whatever it takes, basically. But it's like in a oftentimes lots of these sayings is like in a negative. It like spins the negative, like nothing's gonna stop me kind of thing. Whatever it takes, instead of saying whatever it's gonna take, nothing's gonna stop me, right? So whatever it takes is affirmative, which I kind of like in English anyways, like being affirmative. But nothing's gonna stop me is the negation of it. Yeah, it's the negation of something, of whatever it takes. So it's like saying the same thing but in the reverse, in the negative sense. Yeah, nothing's gonna stop me. Knowing these expressions is fun. I think Duolingo gave a few expressions, which I don't remember anymore because the expressions are worded kind of weird. Like they gave an apple a day. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, which ended up translating like have an apple. It's like have an apple and the doctor won't find you. A doctor won't come looking. Like to keep the doctor from looking for you. Looking for you. That kind of thing. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. So it comes off as like have an apple so that the doctor won't come looking for you. Kind of funny though. The other one is easier said than done. Easier said than done, which came off as saying is not as hard. Saying is doing. Is not. Saying is easier, or it's more like doing is hard. Saying, oh man, it's so weird. Like it's like saying compared to doing. Oh, sorry, the other way around. Doing compared to saying is harder. So, harder said than done. Harder said than done. So doing compared to saying is harder. So 说比做比说很难 something like that. doing compared to saying is harder. So easier said than done. Stay healthy so you don't go doctor. Stay healthy. Say, yeah.
玩
what is this?
玩上课
上课
上
Got my second win.
上
Let's
课
use this second win. Okay.
早上
早上飞机上
飞机上
飞机上
上海
上课
上 Alright. Oh, I was thinking I'd do some extra credit today, but man, we are not getting this unit. Oof. I thought maybe I could fill in this unit back here.
找
So many. Oh,
完成
完成. That's a little of a leap. Oh, I guess right hand, fine.
完成
I can see it. 完成
找
找
找
It's the right hand, this part. 找
完成
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 我弟
弟
弟
我找
找
我的完
成
完成
找
找完成
找
找
我们的我阿姨 我阿姨
完成我叫
找
我们
我知道
完成
我们的
找
叫 Whoops. Yeah.
找
Yeah. Kind
完
of hard
成
to see. Yeah. You got any other fun expressions? No, not really. Not off the top of my head though. In Duolingo, literally one of the sayings is, "What does the fox say?" I don't even know if that's a real proverbial, but I could kind of see it. What does the fox say as a proverbial? Not the meme thing, but it is funny. It's funny because of the meme thing. What does the fox say? There is a proverbial that's kind of similar. Like, what does something say? Like, in a spiritual sense, in the middle of the woods or in like isolation. But what does the fox say came out of nowhere. Yeah, what doesn't it say?
上课
上课
向上
向上向上上课
上班
Ooh, that can be a little tricky because 上班 is go to work. Even though they use 班 to represent class, it would be to go to class, but attend class is 上课. That's kind of mean, actually. I'm not entirely sure 上班 can... No, it is definitely classically go to work. That's confusing. This one is kind of mean. So ban can mean class, and then 上 means to attend. However, 课 is also class, and 上 still means attend here. However, when you put 上班 together, it classically means go to work. but going to school may be constituted as work. Not to be confused, and ban and ke is different from 教室, which is a classroom, but neither ban nor ke is in 教室, 教室, yeah. It's neither. Good old natural language.
早上
Love it.
上课
下课
And then you might be thinking, oh, that's acceptable though. 下课 instead of 放学 下课 get out of class, yeah. And then 放学 is to get out of school. So there's school, class, classroom, teaching. They kind of go back and forth. I think in the long run though, I'm pretty sure if you mix them up, they still mean the same thing. Like if you had enough context and then said 上班, it might end up being attend school, attend class. That's an interesting thought.
向上
It's funny. Is this stuff confusing? No, not really. You kind of just get used to it, right? It's kind of like getting used to all the English weird things. At least if you're taking the English approach. It's like, that's just it, right? Right? You speak to a Japanese person, explain to them why we drive on parkways. Oh, sorry. This is more of an American English thing because I'm not sure about British English, but American English. Why we drive on parkways and park on driveways? That's a classic. I'm actually kind of curious if Duolingo end up explaining that or like using that as an example for English learners. Drive on parkways and park on driveways. Like, don't you park on a parkway and then drive on a driveway? It's like, no, that's not how it's done. Like, why does that not make sense? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, what the heck? You're driving. Why would it be called a parkway? Don't you park in a place? Like, nah, you drive in a parkway. Okay. Alright.
向上
I feel these are the experiences that are mutual. Whether you're learning English or Japanese or Chinese, the good old natural language, right? The good old natural language. I think to me, that's the difference between someone who wants to study a constructed language, like a hyper constructed language, a purely constructed language versus the natural language. Some things you don't explain because it's of a natural consequence, right? And then you have people who really love etymology. Etymology is what makes like the natural language natural. There's like some rhyme or way of explaining how the heck did we end up with these things, which I like when other people tell me about these things. I don't go out of my way to explain it though. I prefer to write and accept. 向上
上课
上课
向上
早上
上课
I still remember, I think Sub-Zero, you were here when we were talking about jimmies. Were you here when the multiple times when we talked about jimmies and sprinkles? My jimmies and sprinkles. Sorry, well, I was trying to explain to my mother what sprinkles is because she asked what the sprinkles mean. And what does that have to do with candy on desserts? I'm like, it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. And then, of course, somebody would chime in, like fictitious would come in and say, well, they're Jimmys, or throw in a Jimmy's thing. Like, well, Jimmy is just Jimmy. Like, how do you explain Jimmy? Well, someone decided to call it Jimmy. At least that's all I've accepted. Like, what does it have to do with sprinkles? I don't know. Jimmy's. Some guy made sprinkles and decided to call them Jimmy's. I don't know. 上课。向上。
上车。
上车。上海。Yeah, Jimmy's. I didn't look it up, but Jimmy's. I think I've heard one person, IRL, that said Jimmy's, like nonchalantly. They just decided, oh, hey, do you want Jimmy's on that? I'm like, oh yeah. No, thank you. Good old sprinkles. Let's not start with the whole Coke. Coke stands for everything that is a cola. Oh, which, by the way, you have never heard of Jimmy's? Yeah, I haven't either, like, that often. Like, it wasn't really early on. I've only heard it recently. You wouldn't know what that means. Yeah, the Jimmy's. Oh, which, by the way, I had a separate conversation with someone else. It was from Norway. It was it was, oh no, it was Afis, I think. So now I know that Norway is not part of the European Union, along with 6 or 7 other countries that are part of the European continent, or like quote unquote tradition, like generalizing European continent. And at first I thought, okay, you weren't here, but I was trying to see if there was a connection between why there's a preference for English in Norway and the lack of European Union support. I thought maybe because the preference, like, long story short, I thought there might have been a connection between the preference for English in Norway because of trade, right? Not being part of the union. Like, that was like a really large leap of, but after a bit of looking, turns out Norway's biggest partners, like the top 9 or like the top 10 countries, none of them are not the top 10 does not include the United States. It's actually the top 10, almost 7 out of the 10 are members of the European Union in trade, and the number 1, which takes up over like 50% or something like that, like the most by a long shot, is Germany. Germany is Norway's biggest trade partner, so that it didn't matter. Like, the long story short is no, there isn't any connection between like a preference for English versus, because in the European Union, this is a generalization, but the European Union, those are in the European Union have actually a lesser preference for English, in like sort of loosely, than Norway. So that raised an interesting thought, but no, it isn't. Like, you would, there is a very favorable relationship between like the United States and other English speaking countries that are not part of the European Union, which basically is the United States and like Great Britain, right? In the neighboring things, they are favorable trade partners, but the vast majority of trade still goes through like a member of the European Union, and most of those countries have actually a preference for their national language over English. English is learned secondarily. What do you mean by English preference, by the way? I mean like technology and commerce. So Afis was talking about like programming, like companies and corporations. So oftentimes corporations mean very lucrative relations with a very specific country, you know, the United States, when it comes to like English preferences. But when it comes to like that type of thing, like commerce and whatnot, is what I was thinking. But there's no like correlation or nothing like really interesting. There's no like a coincidence or something like. We were talking about, I was like going over I said, in English preference, like materials and stuff. Because when I know where this came from. This came from gaming and stuff. Like when you talk about like region specific things, right? In Germany, at least even my experience, right? Even my experience, this is a personal anecdote. I'm not saying this encounter represents most of Germany, but my encounters with German people is that when they think about things, they preferentially pick German, right? And that's what I mean by that. Like when you look at Norwegian consoles, clients, like digital clients and whatnot, English is defaulted as opposed to the national language, right? The other national language that's involved. So I was thinking, because we were talking about commerce, Sub-Zero, you know, like buying stuff, and Amazon came up. The conversation, how you fit into this is the Amazon conversation, because Germany has Amazon, but Norway does not. And Afai's shared like this funny little thing where like one of the first things he did when he was in Germany was order something from Amazon. And that's when I thought of you and I when we were having conversations in commerce. Like, oh yeah, that's right. I actually only know to this day that Norway does not have access to Amazon because you mentioned it not too long ago, like a few days back. Like, oh yeah, that's right, Amazon. So everything kind of falls apart. The reason why I brought this up is because you're talking about company, right? You're talking about working for a company, especially probably an internationally traded company. And oftentimes I think, yeah, not all countries, right? We're talking about like there are different variances, like preferences for being accepting of international companies. We know of a country that quite literally are in a trade war because of exclusivity to one's own country's companies. So having a preference for English is a big deal. Oh yeah, that's right. You have AliExpress. That's true. See, that's a big deal, right? Because AliExpress is using, I'm guessing you're bridging with English, right? AliExpress operates there, right? And eBay is an American corporation. So like, weird. It's kind of odd for Amazon to be omitted. So it's so weird. Anyways, just a thought. Side thought. To boost my energy again. We're learning Chinese, so AliExpress is kind of relevant here. AliExpress. And it makes so much sense now that you bring up eBay and AliExpress in previous conversations. And rarely did Amazon ever come into the conversation because of, well, there's no access to Amazon. So, yeah. When I link Amazon pages to you, that doesn't mess up anything, right? It just comes up as, oh, here's a website. There's no like portal changes or anything. It's like, oh, here's the US Amazon site. Like the URL doesn't randomly say like amazon.us or something like that. Like it just randomly switches to a different location. I'm always curious about that. Whenever someone links something, occasionally this gets changed and it tells you which region, which Amazon region you're referring to, even if it might still display English. But fun little things, things you notice. 借纸
纸
纸阿米
请
that was Ching.
借
That startled me.
学
写
纸借读
And you always pick 读 over my
开
借
借
借
借
叫
要跟
借课
纸
直
纸
学
学
借
纸
纸见停
停 I should clarify, Amazon is available here. It's just that all of those items you listed specifically doesn't ship here. It seems that way with a lot of items actually. That's why. Oh, a shop there. Oh, okay. So it does operate, but it's incredibly limited. Or like those very specific things are very limited. I see. And I imagine when you mentioned like taxation and customs, if you ordered things that don't, so like things from Amazon, do they get like heavily taxed? Nothing bad happens when I click on the link. I just can't add anything to the basket. Oh, okay, so that's how that works. I see. So if you ordered something from Amazon, does most of the stuff come from outside, so you have to order, they get like bumped in the order, so like all the tax and fees? Oh, okay. How about like taxation and stuff, like customs? So when you order from Amazon, does Amazon operate in Norway? So like you can order something that maybe is available on Amazon in Norway, so then you don't like have to pay for the transportation, or are most things like imported? I still don't think that type of fee even happens when I order something. Like for example, I would order something and it'd be a marketplace, right? It'd be a marketplace thing. It's like, oh, it ships from China. It's like, well, it's still through Amazon, so whatever the price is, I guess they absorb the importing of the item, if you know what I mean. I don't know how that works in other countries. I haven't ever ordered anything on online commerce in another country, so I have no idea how that works. It's such a fascinating thing, though. eBay is even more fascinating. I thought about this. I don't know if it's a legal thing or something, what I'm about to say, but there are times when someone would say like, oh, hey, if you had time, can you buy this for me and then ship it to me? Because doing the customs and mailing, it still ends up being like more cost effective than say ordering something that is like shipped directly from the OEM to a country of origin. I've had conversations like that before as well. Fascinating.
借
Yeah.
班网
网
纸
纸
校
叫
借
I mean, eBay has more items because people want to wait. Are you saying like you're comparing eBay in the sense that the like new stuff, right? How people buy new things and resell those new things on eBay? Or like they have like excess inventory and they list them on eBay kind of thing? Because eBay tend to have more items no matter where, because there's also reselling on eBay, which I do not know if Amazon has reselling. I don't think Amazon does reselling. They might have like refurbished stuff. I guess that's close to reselling. For some websites, the standard 25% customs fee usually comes as a surprise hate mail, as I like to call it, after receiving the item. Oh, really? For other websites, including Amazon, it's embedded in the price when you are at the checkout before ordering, but the fee is still there, obviously. Okay. Wow. So sometimes you get the custom fee notice after receiving the item. Boy.
借
That certainly is a little bit hateful. I can only imagine. 图书馆. 图书馆. I paused for a moment. I was gonna say, wait, 图书馆. It's like 图书馆. 咖啡社.
咖啡
That's funny. 咖啡社.
图书
图书馆. 图书馆. 咖啡社.
咖啡色
I don't know how I feel about 咖啡社. Yep, it can be super annoying. I can imagine for sure. You know, this brings a whole new light to Norway is definitely. I know I'm asking you to generalize. Does Norway practice placing food taxes and stuff as one bill? I'm sure you're already aware of the stereotype on how the United States do like food bills and stuff, where tax is not tax is after the bill, right? So listed prices are not including tax. But does Norway practice including tax, or do they not? This brings up a whole like can of worms now. Now that occasionally you get like hate mail from custom fees. Because I could imagine a country that practices including fees and taxes in their bills would be extra irked whenever you get a hate mail with extra fees that aren't listed and included. To do a flip perspective, in the United States, you kind of look out for that all the time. So because like taxation is often excluded and only discovered after the fact, or you can do it after the fact, right? So oftentimes that normalizes practices. Like for example, cancellation fees, like subscription cancellation fees, or like insurance, early cancellation insurance fees, and all that stuff. It's expected that they're not transparent on that. Not that it's a good or a bad thing. However, it's a social norm here. So it might end up being less annoying, largely because it's kind of like a normalized expectation. Meanwhile, in other countries, I don't imagine you would have similar sentiments because of potentially how rare that occurred. Like let's make it like kind of related to Japanese and Chinese. Like in Japan, right? Tipping, that's a thing that comes up all the time. Like normal expectations, it's not as annoying if you're the one normalized. So you see the application of something that you normalized. Like from an outside perspective, it would be annoying, or say like tipping, but from the inside perspective, it's like, well, there are pros and cons. So I'm actually kind of curious if Norway does it differently or not.
我们家
Yeah. And don't forget, you're representing all of Norway. No pressure. Kidding. What is your personal experience?
办公室
办公室
不健康
不健康
图书
馆
图书馆
图书馆
馆
That's funny you say, actually. In pretty much all stores, it's included in the listed price. Okay. However, you used to work at this one retail store which didn't practice this. And you used to get so much hate as a cashier for not informing them. Oh no. About that when it wasn't exactly your fault. Yeah, the messenger problem. You were the messenger. Hate on the messenger. But for online stores, it can be different. Okay, I see. Yikes. Way to be the messenger on that one.
咖啡馆 咖啡色
Cafe色.
图书馆
That's hilarious though. Here it's a mixed bag, obviously. Now it's a mixed bag. Some places do, some places don't. And it's a potpourri, right? If there's any place I would say is big enough to have a potpourri of standards, it's probably the United States. Right. So if you ask as an American, you gotta also identify which region they're from at this point.
图书馆图书馆
最喜欢
最喜欢
咖啡色
图书馆咖啡馆
我们家
Not to say that Norway and other countries don't do that. You perfectly gave an example that you've you encountered a social and atypical atypical shop. You worked at an atypical shop.
咖啡色
咖啡色
色
You're on adverbial locations. Wait, you said it's not included in the listed price there. It's not. Yeah, it's not. Oh, it's more commonly not. It's more commonly not. You find out afterwards, or you assume it. So, for example, when you go to sit in a restaurant and eat, you're like, oh, okay, so that's like $24 plus tax. And that's it. Like, you estimate. Like, it's become so normalized that you have an idea of intuitively how much it really is. So when you see a $25 steak, right, you see the $25 plus 6% or whatever percentage of that. Yeah, you do the intuition. Yeah, you do the tax intuition because it's so common. And here's the thing. You might be thinking, well, why don't you just do it for everything, right? The problem is each state has different taxation laws. So the problem is you can't do that for everywhere. Like if you go suddenly you travel to New York, you're gonna have to do a different calculation. So it's still roughly the same. And then like tipping varies too, and then how gratuity varies too. So that's kind of the idea is everyone's making their own rules, so it's not universal. It's not universal enough. Yeah, it's not universal enough to generalize. So I think that's the most reasonable rebuttal that I have. Right? You could, like a lot of countries, say, well, you're all under one country, right? Like, well, do you guys have local governments? Because that's probably what happened. The United States have local government and statewide governments, and then the federal government. So encroaching and forcing a universal rate would be adjusting for all the states' things, which it's not. The long story short is it's very difficult to normalize all the states. Like, you legitimately have states that have 1/10 the population of another state, for example, even if you were trying to generalize. Or like one state has non-overlapping goods with another state. So all that stuff makes everything basically the inconvenience is coming from the flexibility. Over here, it's 15% food taxes and 25% everything else. Ooh, wow. Okay. In Pennsylvania, the state I reside in, it's 6% for food and perishables. I don't. Everything else has a lot of varying taxes. A lot of varying. The one that I'm specifically going to talk about is like food tax. It's 6% here. I think it's still 6% on perishables. It is. Let me make sure. Oh, wait. Just kidding. How much? No. That type of food has no tax. It's commercial goods has tax. Commercial, like package, 6%. Yeah. Any like food perishable things do not have tax. It's the sales tax is what I'm referring to. Sorry, the sales tax is 6%.
咖啡色
If I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about, it's because I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why it's confusing. And you go with the blow. How much do I tip at a restaurant? 20% most of the time. If I go to a restaurant, it's a restaurant that I want to go to. So I always tip 20%. Usually. Minimally. But I don't usually go to restaurants. So and I don't like the other restaurants. So there are different restaurants, right? You don't tip in a non-dining restaurant. You don't, like, if you know what I mean, right? Like if I go to a restaurant, it will be like an really out of the way special restaurant. So those people, I usually do 20%. If it's like a really, really fast pickout place, there's always a, nowadays you like use Google Pay and Apple Pay. I do 10%. If it's like them taking my order every once in a while, that's fine. Like I'm okay with that. Usually though, those take places, you take and go. There's no service charge. Yeah. You don't have a service charge. And you can choose to have no service charge for those things. And it's actually very normalized. McDonald's 20%. Yeah, I typically when I eat, I go to like places that you know that the tip stays in the operation, right? So coming from a background of food people, like people who serve food as family operated, I kind of have a very heavy bias towards tipping as an American, like an American tipper, I suppose. Obviously, if I go to Japan, I won't do the same. Although it won't stop me from wanting to, but that is a cultural, like that's like it actually comes off as opposite, right? It comes off as an opposite thing. But even though I would probably have a high inclination to want to, like because to me, gifting, an American, gifting is a privilege. Tipping is a privilege. Especially excessive tipping is a privilege.
咖啡色
图书馆
Like on the one hand, you get that Japanese thing like, oh well, I get paid well to do what I do, so you don't have to tip, right? It's part of my paycheck. It's like, yeah, but I want to give you this. And then obviously face culture and humility is like, well, we can't do that, right? And then you have a cultural clash between the two. This is not the same as someone who doesn't want to tip but is asked to tip. I generally tip. I want to tip. Not that I don't want to tip and tip is expected. I think the difference is incredibly great, and it's not entirely clear when you have people talking about tipping, like how the tipping culture or what have you. It's very different. Like, for example, people holding tipping hostage, for example. Like, you go in expecting the service to earn your tip. I'm not one of those people. That's what I'm trying to be specific about. I think a lot of times there are a lot of bad actors that deal with that. I don't hold the tip hostage. Like, it's kind of like, if you want to identify some of those people, that there's some concordance with behavior. Like, someone comes in and say, oh, I'm not going to subscribe to you because you didn't earn my subscription. That's very similar to the idea that you go to a restaurant and you only tip if the person earns the tip, right? For me, it's not right or wrong, right? We're not talking about my personal preferences. When I choose to go to a restaurant, I have already accepted that I'm going to tip. Now the question is, how much am I going to tip? The bottom line is like 15% probably, but generally I go 20. Sometimes I go 25. Actually, there are a few times I went 30 to 40. In fact, the cheaper the place is, the more likely I'm going to tip a bigger percentage of it, because I'm closer to a flat rate than it is a percentage, a progressive tipper. I'm not a progressive tipper where like it's relative to the amount, like in the same direction. Like, for example, I really enjoyed this, but I spent $5 here, and I could easily have spent like 10 or 15 bucks for this. So instead, I break the difference and give the person the 10 bucks I would have paid anyways. Like, legitimately, one time I came in and I was like, wait, I only want to buy this thing. And the person was really nice about it. And then I'm like, no, you can just take it. Like, I would give them $10. That's okay. Like, I'm glad you were open in the nosebleed section of the time and you're here. Just like $10, that's fine. And you know, I take my $5 item and go, right? That happens a lot. Like, I value people's convenience. I don't think there's enough appreciation for how other people make your life more convenient. And it is their like job to do that. Like, they've chosen to do a job to make your life more convenient. So, and I'm only saying this as a way to say that the privileges I have is enough for my life. So sharing as much of that privilege I can for people who are making my life even more convenient is something I come to expect. Otherwise, I buy my food, I go home, and I make my food, right? That is the convenience that I don't have that I'm willing to pay for. So honestly, if someone told me like, oh, this food that I prepared costs this much, but I prepared it for you and I love preparing it, I'm glad to see that most of my money goes to the person who's preparing the food, because that's the service, right? You think to yourself like, well, if you don't have that service, what do? You go home and you cook. And that's kind of the thing, right? This has been a slightly longer digression than I expected. I'm not saying this is a blanketed statement. Obviously, you have bad actors, you have abusers, you have opportunists, like malicious stuff, if you want to spin the wheel or fate, right? Fate in humanity and all that. And then there are outstanding stars and what have you. So I'm saying, in general rule of thumb, I eat at places. I frequent and I consume products with good faith, in good faith, prior to spinning the wheel of cynicism. So that's, I guess, I try anyway. It's really weird to me, and I find it incredibly disappointing when people go out of their way to engage in an activity they choose to do voluntarily. You heard this all before. Now we're talking about food, though. We're talking about food and drinking. They go out of their way to intentionally do something that they have already said they weren't going to enjoy. And then they make it so that they make other people feel like they owe them for their company. For example, oh guys, I don't really want to watch this movie, but I'm gonna go anyways because you're my friends. Like, that's not the company I keep. Like, I do not have friends that, or acquaintances, or people who make you feel that way, both unintentionally and intentionally. So to me, the next time someone says, oh, I don't really want to do this, but my friends make it so that I do want to do it, I would be careful, because you can give off the impression that you're the one that's entitled to a payback or a special treatment because it doesn't cater to you, right? As opposed to your friends. And that can be tough. And it's happened a few times with like random acquaintances. Like, someone would go to a restaurant, we would sit down, and they would make like a fit about how long they waited to be served. And we were at a restaurant that's during rush hour, and clearly none of us made an attempt at all to be proactive in calling the waiter, right? The thing is, 3 of the 4 people were comfortable that it didn't matter how long the waiter took because we were busy socializing. The 4th person made it as though they were entitled to a expedient service, that they could have interfered, but instead they chose to wait in silence and then make a fuss about it. Meanwhile, they completely made it so you don't like hanging out or something. Like, you know, the other 3 would be talking, including myself, and I'm like wondering, why are you here in the first place if you're so concerned in eating quickly and getting out? Like, are you hungry? Like, why haven't you said anything? So that's the type of thing that happens I tend to avoid. I don't necessarily think I keep a lot of company that does that. So when the rain pours, we take off our shirts and we run in the rain. I'm kidding. But you know, when the rain pours, we go and pick up an umbrella and enjoy the rain. And when it comes to like services and stuff, that's kind of the take that I take on going to a restaurant. I want to pay for service because I hope for great service. Even if that makes me a little bit like naive to people taking advantage of that. I prefer to be naive and be paying for service than telling myself that I should be served. And people need to earn my like gratitude. That's just me though. It's a little of a touching point. And it does come from being privileged. I don't want to brush over the fact that paying for something that you don't want to pay for because you don't have a lot of money, like you don't want to spend that much, you can always go upstream. I'm not going to do that. However, one could argue that why did you go to the restaurant in the first place? That kind of thing. We're not going to even go there. Those people, if they manage to get good service, that's great. And I think most of the time, I believe that the people who work at service positions already have their ups and downs. So I give them the benefit of the doubt that they know that there are people who, like, if I walk in, I don't think they're gonna see me as someone like, oh yeah, this guy, bad tipper, that kind of thing. So I don't want to give that impression, right? To me, I think if I step in and a service person immediately sees, oh, this person cares and they're going to tip well, it's already a foregone conclusion. I might get better service. It's a feedback loop. So you don't know how much of your action and your perception, people perceiving you, may ultimately affect how people serve you. Like for me, I've been a server before, right? I've been in food services quite a lot, because as a teenager, usually you get stuck with the food service type of thing. And if you walk in and you're like, yo, this person seems really happy to be here, I want to serve that customer, that immediately, I think people who go into a place being angry, looking a little bit suspicious, I think you're already self-selecting yourself for a below average experience already. So the idea is not having a positive mind in general. It's not like it's going to get better. Like being more negative and more cynical when you're interacting with people, it is so much rarer for it to improve the situation than make it worse. So that's where I go most of the time. So when you're studying, right, Sub-Zero, when you're having a midlife crisis, deciding on when you're going to, what type of decision you're going to make for the future of your forever life, pouring more hot oil, burning oil on an open wound isn't going, in my opinion, is unlikely to be successful. Being encouraging and hopeful is usually where I go. Obviously, there are great cynics out there and whatnot. You don't win them all, obviously. Someone once said everyone should work in the service industry at some point in their life, and I very much agree. Once you've been on the other side of the stick, you realize that they're all humans and not a service slave. Yeah, dehumanizing service providers is a telltale sign of someone who hasn't worked in a varied service position. You haven't worked in a restaurant specifically, okay, but you definitely experience a lot of disrespectful every day while working in customer service. Yeah, if you hold on to a position that you're a public figure that has varietal, like a variety clientele, the broader it is, the more likely that whatever I said is a bit more reasonable or resonating. Like, for example, if you're a teacher in a public school, imagine, like, I can earnestly tell you that when you fail a student, you can be called a scammer of a teacher immediately. That's because you didn't meet the entitlement of your clientele, right? So lots of that happened across my life. Like my parents operated a successful restaurant. That doesn't mean there wasn't someone who threw the food back at my parents and said that this is not the taste that I want. So that will bound to happen at some point. What do my parents do? They clean it up and they move on. And that happens day in and day out. So for every student that's ungrateful, for example, I hope they find some way to find their way to success and then also alienate less people in the future. I think ultimately, if you wish the best for someone who's upset, they are less likely to overall drag down a community of things, right? That's why I'm scared of the echo chamber, like review bombing in online forums. Like one person's negative thing can echo into multiple negative things, and it comes from like one source. That is really devastatingly scary. And if there's any time that my sentiments is felt, is now. I'd rather bite the bullet, assume or try to be as tolerant as possible than instigating an echo chamber. So it's even truer now than before. Back in the day, that's okay. You probably won't ever see them again. You visit a restaurant and like, oh yeah, that was a bad experience. We part ways. Nowadays, if you get angry at someone, right? Like the food service, like service industry is scary. It's exceptionally scary. Like the idea that no, that might not be the last time you see them. In fact, you might not see them at all and they can ruin you as a person who offers service, right? Now, how much would you want to pay for that? That's my thought that I'm asking myself, because I no longer work in like food services or retail. How much do you want to pay for that person having to live knowing that when they do their job, every time they could possibly tick off someone, that could be the end of the business and of their employment? I feel like that's the, it might sound like a slight exaggeration. I think it's a slight exaggeration. I actually think it's very real. So if you're in a service industry, right, immediately when someone is dissatisfied, you can be called a scam. Like your whole operation could be called a scam because it doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, all the legalities would promote that it's a legal operation. There was a legal binding contract. The terms of service are clear, right? That doesn't save a person who's in service, or even the middle person, like even the messenger. It doesn't save them from years of baggage and like stuff. I think hospitality and service is an incredibly brave career choice. And this extends to pretty much any type of service, in my opinion. A little overgeneralizing, like for example, nurses, right? Nurses in hospitals. That's a touchy subject too, right? I would guess those people you mentioned have not experienced what that's like. I would say it's pretty obvious. Yeah, I would say it's very, very likely that those people, like, in fact, okay, this is a very short story. Imagine what it was like. I actually think I might have gotten that person in trouble. I don't know. There were times where like something really bad happened, like spilling or something, and I would get up and help the person, right? And sometimes that works. Sometimes I feel like there is a chance they might have gotten in trouble because like there's this thing like, oh, the customer is the one being served, they shouldn't have to do all this stuff and whatnot. It's like, well, I mean, I could see this happening in Japan actually, when like a server screws up and the customer tries to help the employee, that could be interpreted as like being unprofessional or like not professional enough. However, in my sense, if I know I'm going to a mom and pop shop, like a place that's family operated, if something bad happens, everyone's family there, at least in my opinion, like temporarily, right? So whenever something bad happens, it's like, if you can help, you can help. So I would be like that weird guy that sometimes I get up and it's like, oh hey, can I help you, even though I'm the patron of the location, right? And if it's a local place, I will definitely end up doing that because I live in the area, so those people live in the area, right? That kind of thing. And that definitely comes from the idea that my parents operated a restaurant, and most people who operate restaurants, I didn't know other people who operate restaurants. So the idea is being nice and being communicative. I can't tell you how common it is for my parents. Like my father would like walk into a restaurant and there's, oh hey, yeah, let's go, I mean, and you might be thinking, oh yeah, that's special treatment and stuff. It's like, yeah, it does happen. However, it's not because it's special treatment that is not earned or respected, right? Like sometimes when something inconvenience happens to my parents, they know the owners, like all the operators, they know my parents. For example, most of the city's fire department and police officers knew my parents because they do special things like to make sure that they, people know that at least my parents appreciate that they're police officers and they're firefighters in our community. So the police officers and firefighters would know my parents, right, from their restaurant business. So that's kind of like the old school village kind of vibe where people know each other because you want the entire community to be elevated, not whose fault it is it to not fall in line. Like, oh yeah, this person's misbehaving, so it gives you a reason to misbehave as well. Or like, oh, this person isn't trying that hard, I don't have to try that hard. I feel like that's more of I almost feel the fear from like Japanese culture, like face culture, and Chinese culture, that's kind of bleeding into why my parents behave differently. And I think that stuff is electric. It's contagious. If one person's doing it, the other person will, and so on. It's almost, it's not as strong as negativity. I can tell you that for sure. Like one bad apple will spread. Immediate bad apples. Echo chamber is so much stronger for negative sentiment. However, I would say the counter force that is weaker but very, very significant is a spread of positivity, right? You must counter negativity with positivity. So if someone says you suck at a video game, well, at least I'm the person who says you don't suck at a video game. I didn't say you were good at a video game, but I'm going to say you don't suck at a video game. At least that. Not that I can make guarantees you are good at a video, right? I'm not making guarantees. But that is the realism that I feel can temper some of the internet echo chamber these days. Yeah. And it goes all the way back to how someone holds themselves in a public place. If you like the Japanese and Chinese culture, I think that warrants there's a vast difference between public decorum and I think I carry that. Yeah, it's a vast difference. Now, I still want to tip people though, so that can be a problem when I get to Japan. it could become a problem. Like I like people to know that there is someone who appreciates their service, right? And I get that when you go to a restaurant, like in Japan, you've already paid for that service, as in like patroning the place is enough to tell them that you like their place. However, the reason why I prefer to tip is because in a Asian establishment, you don't get a chance for public sentiment, display of public sentiment. That's actually kind of unprofessional and a little bit weird. As in, like, it is more likely that people eat, they leave. Eat, they leave, right? If it's good, they're content, they leave, right? That's the operation. However, I like to integrate the American thing, like the kind of like the Americanized Western thing. I want to say, hey, if you have a second, I know there's a lot of customers, and if you have a second, I want to thank you. Is there any way I can show thanks? And obviously, from the expectation from a Chinese or Japanese person, said, "Oh no, that's fine. You've already done good. Thanks, thank you." And then like try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. At the same time, I think, in my opinion, the work ethic and culture of Japan, especially, like I'm not sure about China because you don't really as much from China, is like sometimes I think Japanese people need more of that. Like what I mean is, okay, need is a strong word. May want more of that. Can possibly take a page from not the bad actors of Americans, but the good ones. The ones where they wanted to say like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? Please continue doing the thing you want. Can I give you something? It's a gift, right? And the hardworking stuff is like, that's great and all at the same time. But man, even being part of a Chinese background, you can definitely tell that it can be different, slightly different. With all the drama of negativity, there's also the potential for extraordinary gratitude, which is incredibly embarrassing and humbling, actually, to me. Like, for example, if I'm not necessarily a Japanese person, but I can tell you now, I am incredibly terrible at taking compliments. And that is not because I don't know what a compliment does. It's largely because I normalize the Asian culture, like the Chinese culture. You brush off compliments. You don't internalize compliments. You internalize based on the objective nature of accomplishing your task. And that is the satisfaction you get. What identifies people, I imagine, I think my parents are the same, where one of the characteristics that really identify like an American visiting like Japan or something is probably their overzealous personalities, like someone like getting really too much up in the business. Like what I mean is they want to be overly gratitude or saying overexcited, but that's kind of a weird thing in public, right? And that's kind of like the cultural shock between two things. I like the idea of being a overzealous, grateful person. However, I can definitely tell if I go to Japan and behave like the way I do in the United States, it's gonna stick out. Right? It's gonna stick out because, like, I just want to tell them how good their food is. Can I leave a tip? That's just my thought, anyways. And I don't mind it, actually. So if they are okay with making it feel weird, right? If they think I'm a weird customer and they're not like going to deport me or something or kick me out of the country, I'd rather have them think of me as a weird customer who is overzealous and wanted to tip than someone who is the average person that they're so used to, and every other person. That to me is the social cultural clash that I have all the time between being raised Chinese American. On the one hand, like being in line and being for more or less like everyone else is a social norm. It's expected, it's very good. And that means there's less likely to be bad actors, as in people who fall off the line can fall below the line and above the line. However, the American side of me also says if you're falling in line, then there's no potential to go above the line. Yeah, it's great that no one falls below the line, but for me, I want to be above the line. Like, I want to be the counterforce for their bad experiences. So when someone is running a shop for like 30 years, if no one has told that shop owner how much they appreciate their 30 years of service over those 30 years, then there's no counterforce for them. So you go through like 20 years, making wonderful products, and everyone just falls in line. It's like, okay, day in, day out, all right, you don't have bad experiences, you don't have good experiences. That to me is the quintessential Asian face culture. Now, as a visitor, as a foreigner who visits, I am a foreigner, and I feel like it's a little bit acceptable where I want to excel, pass, to leave an impression, and then leaving knowing that I've excelled above it. Obviously, it can backfire and go below it. I'm willing to take that risk, and that's tipping in general as well. I have a baseline, right? That baseline will put me slightly above average, and it can only go up from there. I don't want to go below. I chose to do this. These people chose to do what they did. I don't want to go below average. I think there's enough of that. At least in my opinion, there's enough of that. I'm not going to like 5-star I'm not going to like Michelin star restaurants every day. Don't get the like, that's not the impression. I hope I'm not giving that impression. I'm not like buying $60 steaks or something like that. I'm going to like a mom and pop shop that have to competitively price their food and work every day, and their children look like they grew up in the restaurant, right? That type of thing. So if you can make someone's day, why not do it? I've digressed way far. Sorry. That's your TED Talk for today. I'm
图书馆
我们
家
加拿大
最喜欢I don't want to turn this into a negative sentiment. You know all the downsides. I don't have to mention the downsides. Because I think if you've been on the internet long enough, if you lived long enough, you probably know all the downsides to what I said. So leave it for a video comment, I suppose. If anyone has a rebuttal, you're on the side of negativity. I know. I understand. I also take all those responsibility and liability. So if you try to like find the worst case scenario, I'm sure you can. It's pretty easy to see how the thing I talked about derails, right? But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to leave it on a optimistic, auspicious note, right? Enough negativity on the internet.
图书
馆
馆
咖啡色
一点儿西班牙图书馆加拿大
对饭馆图书馆饭馆What the heck?
早饭
Why do I think 早饭 sounds weird? I don't know. 早饭
看书
饭馆图书馆
午饭 I think I might have said noon rice there, or like instead of or like a different thing, a different type. 图书馆图书馆
饭馆
呢饭馆
图书馆
By the way, am I planning on watching Arcane Season 2? I've already watched it. I came back from the future. What are you talking about? I watched it like 3 months ago. No, I do plan on watching it. Is it completely released already? I saw a bunch of trailers, like trailers on the Algo and stuff. But is it fully released? I haven't seen it yet. I didn't find a place to watch your culinary class wars yet as well, like outside of like my lots of things, so I still need to find the time to watch culinary class wars. Not yet. Yeah, I do plan on watching those things. I have more time now. I'm starting to like acclimate again. It's dropping today. Oh, for you? Yeah, I have no idea. But I'll try to watch it. along with like the culinary class wars. I think today is the first day that I actually woke up and did my routine and stuff on the actual schedule. Like on the actual schedule. So now I can like digress and stuff. The last couple of days after Inktober and stuff, I was still like reacclimating. Like, I had this like 4 or 5 hour overtime in my stamina. So outside of chatting with people and all that stuff, happens a lot. And it's almost the holiday season. So I can't wait to... I like to believe that I'll get a chance to talk to people I haven't talked to in a while because of the holiday season. I actually look forward to next summer. I'm really curious how many students, how many existing students will I get to talk to again to see like what happened in the year, because I can only imagine how taxing and how occupying. I like seeing students again. I this might sound like it's such a cliche, but maybe it's a cliche. I liked my job, and I like going back to school only to see people, right? Like being able to work and see people, not even as a student, but also as a potential instructor or a mentor. Like, it's electric. Obviously, what I'm doing here is to counterbalance the idea that most of those students don't want to go back to school. If you know what I mean. So, long story short, obviously, when you go back, like lots of teachers think about this, of course. It's like, oh no, the students are back. They probably don't even want to come back. That's their first thought. Like, but you do look forward to the ones that do want to come back. However, I like the idea that I will convince them that they want to come. Oh no. I'm talking about like back in the day. Like back in the day, why I look forward to starting the new school year and whatnot. It's usually because of... It's a weird thing. I prefer to be the one to try to convince them that, hey, aren't you glad you're back? Kind of thing. However, obviously the success rate is very low. Students, in my opinion, still in general do not like being in class. I mean, like, they don't... I don't see them having a negative time whenever I'm involved in the class. However, that does not prevent them from saying things like, ugh, we got a lot of exams and etc. That's reasonable, right? Being obligated to do something that you may not be invested in, that's a tough situation. It's going to be a tough situation for the rest of your life, right? Being obligated to do something as a stepping stone to something else. I haven't met, in all earnestly, I'm going to be transparent. I haven't met someone that either surpassed myself. I don't meet a lot of people, so keep that in mind. Have surpassed or even matched me 1-for-1 on how much I like seeing the new day, regardless of what the task is. Like, in fact, I actually look forward to being obligated to do something. Because I feel that a lot of people are in a situation where they have to do things that they don't want. Far more than what the things they choose to do offsets that. And that's very understandable. What's my way of helping students catching up who've fallen behind, about to drop out? I strongly, non-subtly tell them that I am available and they have to voluntarily come. So if they do not voluntarily come, then I approach their academic advisors to tell them that the best way to mitigate falling behind, as in like changing classes, reorienting their academics, it's up to their academic advisors. I was not in a position where I would be able to help them in like a long-term thing. most of the time we are advised to make sure to know who is falling behind and who is about to drop out, right? And then you inform the people who are responsible for guiding them. Whether that leads to their success or not, it's kind of out of my control. The best thing I often do is that I make it very clear that I am available. And if they voluntarily come, usually they end up finding a way to catch up. Right? Like making yourself available eagerly, openly making yourself available is something that I find was the most effective overall, because they have to meet you halfway, as in they have to voluntarily take up that opportunity. If you obligatorily, I found far less successful when you're obligatorily making them come to you. Making yourself available, it is going to be a big inconvenience to you by all stretch of the imagination, right? Because you have time, you might not be available all the time, but it pales in comparison. If you are available and you make it seem like it's welcoming and available, that's not everyone has the luxury. As a teacher, like a researcher, what have you, you don't always have that luxury, and it's tough, right? However, that is the most ideal case. You make it very obvious that, hey, you know, there are things for all the people. You say like a blanket statement, like, you know, for all the people who are around here, you know, I'm available. We can prepare you for the next thing, or we can try to prepare you for the next thing. So you don't like direct it at anyone, right? You address a body, you give the data that is required for anyone to make an informed decision, and you try to inculcate how to interpret that data so that they can voluntarily know, like demonstrate to the person that they can determine if they have a problem and if they're falling behind. Obviously, very dire situations require intervention. However, I think in the most cases, that's where I would go. I would offer as much transparency as possible so that the person who's making that decision is making that decision based on their own informed decision making. Otherwise, the fail rate is really high. The fail rate is incredibly high. You need to encourage, it has to be that they want, or they understand that they are willing to, they want help, and they also am willing to accept help. I think that comes from personal experience for me. Like, my approach that I'm describing here is largely knowing myself. I'm terrible at wanting help, and sometimes even knowing that I need help, I may refuse help, right? So it goes pretty deep. But being available, I would say if I had to reduce anything down, it's probably making sure that you're available, like you're approachable as well, approachable and available. Because if you're like showing a mean face and you're miserable and you're like, oh, I'm so tired, like, oh my gosh, I have all this stuff, then no student will believe your words when you say, oh, hey, I have, I love having office hours, so you guys can email me anytime. Meanwhile, you're like showing that you're cracking, right? You're showing like, oh gosh, I don't have time for this. Like your presentation really communicates, your body language and all that communicates that you don't want to be bothered. And I think if you don't think that, boy, you are selling short how perceptive people can be when it comes to negativity. Yes, and I mean that full stop. It is easier for someone to see that the person that's instructing them is having a bad day versus that they're having a good day. It takes, in my opinion, double the effort to get someone to notice you when you're having a good day and you're available than someone who sees you're having a bad day and you're doing something wrong. Like, for example, If I spent 100% of my time learning Japanese, it takes less effort for someone to notice that I made one error versus all 99% of the time when I don't make an error. And it's true for good intentions, being available, being supportive. In my opinion, it's the human condition, right? Acknowledging this really makes one want to double down on positivity. Like, yes, you're going to have to work 2 times or 3 times harder in general to spread positivity versus negativity. I think that, and it's not a bad thing. Being hyper aware of negative things and dangerous things, that's how the human race survived. If you know what I mean. So it's not like there's no benefit to hyper focus and hypersensitivity to negative things. That's kind of a human condition thing, right? Being hypersensitive to potential dangers, potential fallouts, that's a conditioned response. Like, it keeps you safe. Now, we also live in a time where we interact with other humans. How do you maximize positive things? You have to double the effort, or triple or quadruple the effort. So that's kind of how I take it in strides. For every poor criticism, for every like dislike, you know that it takes less effort to do that than to find constructive criticism, positivity, and turning over and convincing someone to enjoy something, as opposed to constantly being, it's easier to make a negative comment. It's easier to downvote and dislike something and then wash yourself of it than trying to constructively think, how can I make this into a positive experience? You have to double your effort, triple your effort. Like, if it rains and your hair is wet and you hate wet hair, how do you make it positive? That's going to require like double or triple the effort. And you know what? I do that all the time. At the expense, like, sometimes my company would leave me for that reason. Like, that seems about right. You know, my company would say, they'll call it a day. I'm like, all right, I'll go and enjoy the rest of my day on my own. That kind of thing. Because that's kind of what happens. If I was obligated to eat my favorite food every day, then I hate that too. Yeah. I bitched back when I was in school. Like, would you go back to school in my 30s? Of course I would. If it was realistic and pragmatic to do so. Or if it was an important thing. I would go back to school if it means saving someone from not going back to school. What I mean by that is, I would go back to school if it means proving a point to encouraging many other people to go back to school. Not that they need to go back to school, but they're having problems thinking about going back to school because they have the luxury and the privilege to go back to school. Very different. I do not want to influence people who should go back to school knowing it's not for them. So that's a very different. So if I had the incentive where if I'm going back to school and it generally serves a function and a purpose of encouraging people who voluntarily can benefit, they see the benefits but they don't want to, then I would go back to school. We'll stop. That's not the case though. That is almost certainly not the case. People don't, like, so many people don't voluntarily choose to go back to school, and I wouldn't know how to make it work at the moment. Like, there's a particular way I have decided and invested enough time to know how that works. Like the matching pairs exercise, looking at us like
英语书
早饭饭馆
I had said this literally to someone. If you end up needing to get a job at a place that I can get a job easily, and you're saying you're having problems starting on your first job, I'll get the job with you until you find that it's comfortable for you. Then I'll quit the job. But until then, if you need someone, right? This is to a personal person, right? Someone who can actually do this. If you are so like afraid to start a new chapter in your life, right? Like getting a job, and it is a job that you're stuck with or something that you must start with, and I can do the same and it's pragmatically feasible, I do it. Until and do our best to make each other feel like until they become extreme, at least comfortable enough to know that they can do it on their own, right? I'm not like, it's not a form of coddling. I'm going to do it and offer as an example, right? That's the best. Like if someone, like for example, if someone comes to me and they say they need to lose weight, right? They need to lose weight. All right, let's do it together. Like there's no coddling, no nothing. I'm there. I'm doing the thing too. It might look a little different, but know this, I'm not going to tell you when I go there that it's any easier, any harder. I'm going to do it, and we're going to do it together. That's like, I'm not holding your hand or anything. Like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to do it. When I get up, it's time. We go together. That's one of the things that I can still do right now. Obviously, there's going to come a time that I can't. As I grow older, less and less things I will be able to do. I can't like tell someone like, oh yeah, let's be League of Legends pro esports, like, you know, esports pros together. I can't do that anymore. So the options are becoming less and less. And as the options shrink, I'm trying to bolster more of it with stories, with language, with expression, because I can't literally do those things anymore. And you did mention that. Would you go back in your 30s, right? So that problem is going to come up. It's going to get bigger and bigger. So I'm collecting stories and alternatives and people so that they can substitute, right? Like if I can't help someone, I hope that I have enough knowledge to put that person, match people up, basically, you know, match people up as the best as I can. So in no way does that deflate my expertise, in my opinion. In the long run, deferring to someone, saying you can't do this, but you know someone who can, I think that is so underappreciated in this day and age. I think a lot of times most people prefer and take their pride to their grave and say like, oh, I can do all of it. Buy my product. It can do all of this. Like, I know all the answers. And I certainly don't belong to that generation, especially that generation of experts. Like, I wouldn't even consider myself an expert in pretty much a lot of things. But one thing I can do is know people that can help. Right. That's kind of the thing. Right. You thought of going back? I see. I think I've met a few people who've gone back. I don't know what age group, what generational group Valentine is, but Valentine is currently have gone back to the university for vision education, optics education. And Valentine shared with me a lot of the like interesting like youth culture, like all that stuff, and it seems like a positive experience. Obviously I don't know what it's like in Ireland, right? However, Valentine is giving me the somewhat like a lens into what it's like to go back again in the United States. I would totally go back to interact with students. There is some fear, I guess you some ambivalence. What I'll see if I were to go back. I thought about going to the campus, but that's gonna be weird. I might get in trouble. It's not normal, if you know what I mean, to like visit your old campus or visit random campuses unannounced or not having visitors pass and stuff. You literally can get in trouble for that. So, or at least in the United States. So you have to have like a prearranged, and like people know that you're there. Because a stranger walking around on campus, that's kind of a red flag. That's a really big red flag, especially when you only want to walk around and like look at classes. And so one time it was it's even stranger if you want to go back to like high school, like to your high school or something. That's even a bigger red flag. So I haven't thought about it yet, even in that capacity. You're trying to encourage your girlfriend to get a job, but it's hard. Oh no, Sub-Zero.
午饭 图书馆
From what you've experienced, the older people who went back to pursue a degree do really well. Yeah, they really do. It's a so they self-select themselves. So it's a selection bias. Not that it's a bad or good thing. But it's a selection bias, self-selection bias. So those who actually end up going back are far more experienced in what they need to take out of the education. So the chances of success are higher due to increase in experience, right? At least in my opinion. Like logically speaking, it kind of fits, right? Is that the causal link? I'm not sure. However, it is there is an association. There is a correlation between older people going back and what they get out of their education at an older age. One of the guys I did my project with was around 30, and he was really good to work with. When you were in your first and second year, there was a student who went back to school, the one you went to. Oh, okay. Did you find out what become of that student? Sorry, my voice is giving out now.
黑板
Not third level education. Do you mean like it was second? Okay, all right. So what happened to did you end up knowing what happened to that student? I don't know where this is going. So are you gonna I thought you might be gonna like 11 years old school. Okay. I thought you might have like I thought you were gonna talk more about the person that went back. By the way, not to threaten you or anything, but I just realized I got enough channel points for 600 plus hydrates. Yeah, but the hydrate is only once per stream. That has already happened. So you can only do it once. And usually there's at least one person who ends up doing it. So Sub-Zero, checkmate. It's already happened. It's happened a bunch. People like to spam that, so it's perfectly alright. It's understandable. I get it.
清楚
You thought you were being clever. You weren't. I'm kidding.
好在
Outside. Okay. 常在
黑板、
黑板
考试、
考试
新鲜、清楚、
清楚
redeem high train. There was a running joke like way back when I like maybe 4 years back where I would be doing like I streamed like 12 to 13 hours a day. All right, Sub-Zero. Let's see how it is. You want to interrupt me now, huh? I streamed like 13 to 14 hours a day, and the running joke is during that 13 or 14 hours a day, rarely do people ever see me like leave the stream. So there were no like there were no evidence of a bottle or a drinking thing or eating thing at all. And then progressively, it got to the point where then people wanted to see me visibly eat something or drink something. So then that became more of a habit. And then at some point that it became the norm. Now occasionally I might eat during stream, but I don't really stream as long anymore. Like I used to like 13, 14 hours a day. So nowadays we want to keep it to less than 8 hours. With like maybe the occasional long yap session day and that kind of thing. Recorded a frozen camera, dude. Frozen cameras. There were times, I can't tell you how often back in the day, especially video games, where sometimes I would sit there and I would think, and then someone's like, "Dude, the stream is frozen." I'm like, "No, I'm just very still right now," and I didn't stand, I wasn't still for that long. It was like 30 seconds. You just sit there and you're like. And then eventually someone would say like, "Dude, your stream is frozen, or at least your cam is frozen." And I was like, "Oh no, I'm fine." And it's like, "Well, your game is frozen." I'm like, "No, I didn't press any buttons yet." Like it was either the screen was frozen, like my game capture was frozen, or my cam was frozen. So that happened before. Those were the days when I used to like really hit hard on like puzzle games. Stuff. So I was like thinking very, very hard. I just sat there and I'm like, yep. That happened quite a bit when I was doing like I guess a little bit more trendier thing.
清楚
清楚. I don't do trendy things very often.
楚
Once in a blue moon, the things I might do is a bit trendy, and then you get different types of people, right? People who aren't used to flipping a table when they see the same screen for like a minute. You know who you are, Sub-Zero. You know when you sit there and someone's yapping for 10 minutes and you're staring at the same screen with this guy blinking and looking at you in an animation cycle telling you to please click on something. No. Know who you
黑板
清楚清楚黑板
黑板黑板其他
不错
Oh, 不错 is very close. Oh yeah, that is very close. Huh. 不错 Okay.
清楚科学
黑板黑板
Don't worry, we're getting near the end. We're gonna complete this answer section. I was gonna try to complete the previous one, but the previous one. However, I think it's worth.
最爱
Okay, 最爱最爱
清楚 努力
努力 I like 努力 努力 is such a great phrase 努力
高中
高中
黑
黑板okay 清楚
清
作业
作业
热情
热情 I do want to emphasize there are a lot of things I can't do. I don't think people say that very often. And what I mean by that is I want to do a lot of things. However, it's not negative to say I can't do a lot of things, right? Like, what I mean by this is, what is one of the fundamental things that I can't do for anyone? I can't predict the future. If there's anything more humbling to a human being, is to admit that you can't predict the future. You might be thinking, well, I never say I can predict the future. It's like, no. Let me emphasize. I behave and believe I can't predict the future. I truly think that the vast majority of individuals lose sight of the idea that they cannot predict the future. So what I mean by this is there are so many times I think in our time we have normalized the idea that you act as though you can predict the future. And that is dangerous. So how do you see yourself in 5 years? Yeah, I don't know. I see myself, the things that I can try to predict the future is that I will be happy. I will likely be content in 5 years' time. Yep. I mean, I might be dead, but even if I'm dead, I probably died content. That can happen. So, yeah, that's something I can say. How do I see myself in 5 years? Probably with a smile on my face. Or like whatever I constitute as a smile. Because like some people think I'm not smiling all the time. But I'll be smiling on the inside in another 5 years. Probably. And I'll probably be saying a lot of the same things I'll be saying today. Things are different. And everything else is fair game. In 5 years, whew, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know. We might not be talking about Japanese and Chinese ever again in 5 years. So no. I could be, here's a wild idea. I could record an entire 2-hour marathon run. Who knows? That might be a thing. Get an autonomous recording drone and then record myself running a 2-hour marathon. Not a 2-hour marathon, obviously. It's going to be like a 3.5-hour marathon, if at that, in 5 years. Jeez. I don't even think I can get it under 3 hours. But yeah, that'd be cool. Not only can I not predict the future, that is probably one of the most exciting things. It's one of the more scary things too, but it's also exciting. You have to try 2 times and 3 times as hard to think about things that could happen in the future while not hating the future at the same time. Might be a Duolingo hater in 5 years for all we know. Yeah, I know. You wouldn't know, right? Duolingo might shut down in 5 years. Never know either. So what can I do now? I can enjoy Duolingo the way it is right now. To the best of my ability. And then you're asking, why enjoy? You could hate it now. It's like, well, it's easier to hate something. Hands down. It's easier to hate something. I'm not saying it's not a solution, okay? If you do not have a lot of energy, and you can hate something safely without producing a problem that drains even more energy, that's an alternative. That is an alternative. Like, it's a temporary alternative, but it can happen. Like, for example, if you can safely punch a punching bag to relieve anger, yes, go do it, right? So I don't have to hate something because I have plenty of energy. I'm not saying liking bad things is something desirable. It's probably undesirable for a lot of things. If I run out of energy, maybe I'll choose to dislike something. Like how Ekin Sub-Zero keeps saying hydrate, no, and Cozy keeps saying hydrate. It's genuinely, I do feel it's genuinely easier to hate things. So if you don't have enough energy, finding safe ways to hate things is very good. I've punched concrete walls to relieve anger. Hopefully that didn't drain more energy, because a concrete wall can, you know, can take more energy, right? Punching soft, comfy pillows might be a great alternative. If you know what I mean.
黑板
The idea is, right, to gain a net positive from releasing that anger without, like, creating more sinks for your energy. Hopefully you didn't, that concrete wall was forgiving, right? Forgiving to your hands.
其他
其他其他
清楚
It is underrated too. Still didn't do stuff for your anger. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Sometimes releasing anger may not create enough net gain, right? It's a tough situation. I don't want to sound diminishing at the same time by suggesting that deviating effort in different ways is usually the way to go. So if something doesn't work, you deviate again. And often projecting anger is like a lower barrier. It's a lower barrier, and that's great if it's sufficient, right? However, using expressions of negativity to release negativity is very temporary, in my opinion. Like, it's a temporary band-aid. If it's sufficient for you to engage in something that is positively, constructively building, that I would encourage someone to do that, right? If it leads to the construction of something positive, something that's sufficiently positive. So, like, for example, if punching a bag turns into wanting to do martial arts or exercise, and that exercise produces a more active lifestyle in that person, I would shove that person in and buy them a punching bag. I would, like, if it saves that person from a lifetime of being angry, man, I would buy 3 punching bags. Heck, I would convert, convert something. If that's someone I know, I would convert something and make that punching bag as available as possible to me, right? That's kind of the thing. Unfortunately, most of the time, if you're using a negative outlet with to address a negative source, it's usually enough to cope temporarily. You cope with enough, so you bring yourself up again to just as much, and then the next day it goes back down. So you're constantly coping, as opposed to doing more than coping. You're exceeding coping. So not only do you get back to your contentness, you're slightly above. and you're constantly like striving to be slightly above, then you'll have, in my opinion, you start building up currency to then tackle other things. Then you will cope, but the coping will take less of your energy per day than building more energy. So I cope with a lot of things. I'm not gonna give anyone the idea that I don't cope with anything. I cope a lot. There is a lot of coping that I do. However, it is so much more insignificant compared to how much additional building that I'm doing. So what do I cope with? Manic disorders all the time in the evening. I mean, like, I don't sleep very well. You know, someone could do something and I could be in a thought spiral for days. You've never managed to. If I ever get mad playing the game and try to slam the table or whatever, I always stop myself because I don't want to break anything. Yeah. One time when I was younger, I got so angry. The way I did it was I wanted to toss something across the room, right? So I grabbed the least effective thing to toss. I grabbed a plastic bag and I tossed that plastic bag as hard as I can. And all it did was flap open and fall down like less than a foot away from me. And then I laughed about it. It was gone. That was it. In an instant. It took 5 seconds. I was so angry. I picked up a plastic bag and I threw it and it barely moved. And that was it. And I laughed at my own anger. Those were like the early days. The early days of coping. Like, that's a coping response. So what I guess that example I'm trying to use is you can find other ways to do that, right? Find your ways to do that. The less time, in my opinion, the less time you let coping be your major strategy, the more time you can build yourself. I talk about punching a pillow or yelling into a pillow. That you've seen that before, right? You do something silly with your anger. Channel your anger so it doesn't like bite back. Some people channel their anger towards something. You know, like, ugh, I'm so angry. So instead, they go and set a personal record on the track, right? For me, it was definitely that plastic bag. I totally chucked it as hard as I can. I think I almost threw out my shoulder, like throwing that plastic bag, and it barely moved from its starting position. And then what can you do? You sit there and you laugh about it. If you have a friend, laugh about it together, you know? Anger is so temporary, in my opinion. Or you can make it temporary. Sorry, it's not in itself temporary, but you can diminish its impact. Having those things take up so much of your time in your head, this is gonna be a trust me bro situation. Sorry, I don't usually do trust me bros a lot. I spend a lot of time coping. To say that my brain doesn't do some compulsory things, most of my life is to mitigate how much of those compulsory things take up my life, right? So constantly adjusting for involuntary things. I would say I'm a little bit practiced and seasoned at trying to cope with involuntary things. And ultimately, that's how that works. So there you go. At least in my opinion. It can work up to that. I'm not saying go out and buy like 100 plastic bags and start throwing them as hard as possible. Throw plastic bags safely, people, because you can really actually throw out your shoulder. It is possible to throw out your shoulder while throwing plastic bags. Oh there, Mohammed. I'm glad you were able to hear that plastic bag story. I think for you, it stems from not wanting to create a scene around my family as a kid. I've lived by myself for ages now, yet I still can't get myself to yell or do anything like that when I get mad when you're by yourself. I hope you're finding other ways to cope with it. You've heard that cliche about bottled emotions. It can create a, negative center. Being able to like channel it somewhere else is very, very important, right? That's kind of like bottom line. I'm not saying don't cope, right? Coping is not optional. Yeah, coping is not optional. Finding effective strategies to cope that lines up with your experience, that's great. And then once you're done with coping, build. Cope, build. Cope, build. You make coping efficient. You make building limitless, right? Building is an opportunity, so the sky's the limit. Coping is limited and it's obligatory. So you want to be, when I keep talking about making language learning fun and whatnot, I'm talking about when someone isn't coping. So like, for example, one thing that I feel people mistaken and overlap a lot of times is they learn Japanese in the hopes that Japanese makes them realize their dream to live in Japan and be there and live out their anime perceptions. To me, that's a mix of coping and hoping, right? Opium and hopium mixed together. And sometimes that can be a dangerous recipe. So oftentimes I like to think that hopefully whatever they're doing is more hoping than coping. Sometimes the line is completely blurred. So then the thing you have to do becomes the thing you need. What does that look like? Oh, I need to learn this Japanese because it's the thing that makes me happy. I need this to be happy. I need this to work out. Very different story. So, coping helps with the internalizing thing. Internalizing your negativity can be like something that can be a little sticky point. But yeah. I think I would say almost all my free time was coping when I was younger. And that pretty much summarizes probably most of youth right now. On the internet, at least. They feel like they're always coping. Like, not a time goes by. Like, if I ask for an honest, candid response, not time goes by that they feel like the things that they're playing and the passions that they're doing has, like, it's not associated with coping, right? Like, oh, hey, you're playing a video game. What do you like about the video game? Oh, it's helping me keep my mind off of X, Y, and Z because it's a escapism, a form of coping, right? So, I don't think there's a time where there's a rare time when I ask someone like, oh, why are you playing this game? It's like, oh, I was just curious about how this game plays out. I was, thinking about building a project. I mean, no one asked for it, but I just want to do it. That's not how the response happens. The response is, oh yeah, this game is keeping me occupied. It's like, oh, I paid for this game and I hope this game is good because I need it to be good. Not in those exact words. Generally speaking, though, people choose to do something already hoping that they have to do something in return. When I buy a video game, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not like it yet. other people can tell me that they liked it and not like it, etc. But I buy on the aspect that I'm going to discover whether I like it or don't like it. Even if I don't like it, I'm not coping with it. It has nothing. It's a privilege, right? It's a privilege. I get to play the video game. So that doesn't happen very often. So you can definitely tell, in my opinion, if you're looking for it, who's coping and who's building. At least a mix. Who's more coping than building. And what does building look like, in my opinion? You've been around for more than 200 days, right? When I'm using Duolingo, this is what building looks like. At least in my opinion. This is the best example of what it's like for someone who's building something and not coping with something. I'm not using my time to cope with building value. I'm not using my time coping. I know, playing Duolingo. I know kids these days are rubbing off on me playing Duolingo. I'm not coping for something. Like, I'm not building this so that I can use this for something I have to. I don't have to learn Chinese. I don't have to learn Japanese. I don't have to finish N1 in 2 years. I don't need to be fluent in a language by some arbitrary date. To me, that's closer to coping than it is to building. So there you have it. At least that we're bringing it back to language learning. I know. I say playing Duolingo every once in a while. It kind of slips out because technically the gamification, and a lot of people think of it as playing something as opposed to like learning. They like to separate the idea of learning because learning is negative or it's effortful. It requires effort. While playing may be less effort. Hence the whole coping analogy, right? You try not to expend energy to cope. I actually expend energy to cope. I do not expend energy I don't have to build things. So when I say I'm going to learn, I'm not coping. I'm gonna be really clear here. When I see someone learning and they're not going into it already exhausted, like mentally, it is night and day. Like the hours you can choose to rest and try to help your own mental health, in my opinion, I don't want to say what's best or what's better, but one can make a very reasonable argument that if you're not in the state of mind to learn, as in if you're already bored, you're already strapped, you're already stressed, and you decide, yes, I'm going to voluntarily learn something. That amount of time that you can possibly use to help build your, help with your coping, like build your health up, and then go and tackle that task, it might actually end up being quicker. So if you're upset all the time and things are going poorly, cramming for something or trying to learn something might end up yielding incredible diminished returns, right? Especially something you're voluntarily doing. That saying that goes in the back of your head is like, well, I could be doing something I need to be doing. Like that whole thing, like, oh, I'm playing my video game, and I'm like, well, I could be working on the job and getting paid to do so. That to me is a sign of coping. You're talking about something that you have to do, which you haven't done yet, and it's eating away at you while you're trying to cope with it by substituting it for something that is not tackling that time. So that sucks. That's a terrible place to be. And then relying on the idea that you're going to learn something while in that state of mind is impressive, actually. And I'm not saying you're not able to do it. I think a lot of people do it. I think there might be more people who do that than what I'm doing, which is I choose to do something and it doesn't matter what the outcome is. I'm building something. It's extra. Everything is extra. Like almost, if I get on an extra day, fine. If I don't get on tomorrow, that's fine too, because I know when I can get on and when I can't. And if this seems like getting on every day and doing this every 4 hours, then I must have a lot of energy, right? I must have a lot of energy. There's not a lot of things I didn't get done, right? Yes, I cope every day. I get up in the evening, I cope with things, manage my mania, plan things out, look at stuff. Like the last couple of days, I spent 6 hours looking at cube storage. For the inevitability of buying a new desk, and then I need to like rearrange the place. So I spent like 8 hours of the time that I liberated to cope with my insecurities about finding an ideal cube storage. That's not part of building. I think 6 of the 8 hours were spent to alleviate my tendency to be comprehensive about buying cube storage. Did I buy a new PJ? I've settled on new PJs, but now we're waiting for Black Friday. We're waiting for a deal.
做梦
You've been after a new desk for months? Yeah, exactly. So that time is time you hope that you have energy for, right? Because not everyone has the luxury of doing that. And I liberate as much time as I can for my making sure my negative stuff don't carry along with me. I obligate myself to things that I know I can handle, right? Yeah. Soldering standing desk to fit a very limited width. Oh, wow, that's impressive. I don't know how to solder as well. I don't know how to solder at all.
清楚
Here it is. 清楚 and Meng. The top. Meng and 清楚. Gu and Meng. Alright.
楚
Alright, we're gonna finish this. Oops. What the?
做梦
Okay, I didn't even
看不清楚清清
看不清楚
楚楚梦梦楚
Sorry. Math degree, so my rooms are planned to the literal inch. Alright. Sounds solid. Checks out.
下星期五
星期五
做梦
看不清楚
拉面天气
看不清楚
And my soldering is butt. It's more like welding. Have you seen a good weld, Sub-Zero? Listen, have you seen a good weld? I actually find it very mesmerizing. Okay, that's a coincidence, but I've stared at people, like time lapse of people welding. it's quite cathartic. I don't know how to weld either, so fine too.
做梦
Did I ever tell you I was afraid of fire at one point? I think I'm okay with, like, what I mean is we're not talking about like soldering and welding involving fire per se, but I'm talking about the propensity of fires to occur, like the potential of fire to occur, like electricity and all that That stuff has been a thing. Boy. Very early age, actually. But I'm thinking of getting a bunch of big cushions in the corner and box it up. That was fun when you did it in school. Oh, I didn't get a chance to weld in school. We did a wood shop. There were some power tools, but they were more like drills and saws and hammers and press, as opposed to high-powered electrical devices. Like, I know those are high-powered electric. I mean, like, things that can set things on fire.
做梦
I made a book. That was one of the things. And then there was like sewing and stuff. Made some shorts and a pillow.
做梦
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 You've never done welding? Yeah, I haven't done welding before. I remember wearing a mask though, like those visors that protect you from, but I don't know for what reason. It was definitely not soldering or welding. I don't remember what it was for. It was for some sort of protection, and it was like a shaded visor, so there was something bright. Something bright was happening. It would remind you kind of like a welder's mask or something, but at the moment I can't quite think of why I had one.
清楚
Welding, you need such a high power draw for your garage. I see. Thermite in chem? Oh, it could be thermite in chem, actually. Actually, yeah. It might have to do with an extremely exergonic or exothermic reaction in a wet lab. That might be it. It's definitely not a power tool. I definitely do not remember having a power tool in my hand. It could be like your standard like rubber apron, and then I was wearing that mask to protect from like getting blinded by the chemical reaction or something. Like protecting the eyes. And then like potential like spattering or offshoot of the chemicals.
最爱
It sounds more likely than like a hardware class or something.
最爱
最爱
于理
于理
做梦清楚
车票
做梦
using a high power torch. Oops, 做梦
看不清楚
不清楚
绿茶
绿茶
做梦
做梦
学习
学习
下个
下个星期
做梦清楚
清楚做
梦
All right, we're gonna get this. We're gonna nail this now, right? We're gonna nail this. We're doing this today. Okay, 第二情
清楚
清楚 The other 情那情不是这情
清
清楚
楚
Oh, hey, Valentine, just popping in. Yeah, good night, Valentine. Have a good one. Thank you. Good night. Happy weekend. Happy early weekend. Right? I hope you have a fantastic weekend and we don't see each other, but yeah. Happy Friday or happy late Friday.
晴
晴天
天
Just look at it, so 20 years later you can't read Hanzi on your laptop screen from three feet away. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't read Hanzi on my laptop screen from 3 already.
晴
My myopia is a drag.
看不清楚，
My myopia is a drag.
看不清楚，
看不清楚。
不星
Oops.
星
Wait. 哦，看不清楚。
清楚，
不太，
不太。
太好。晴天，
不好，清楚，
清楚，
晴天
晴天。
晴不
啊！
不天
I don't want to talk about it. 看不清楚。
看不清楚。
太
太好，不太。下星期五，晴
天。
晴天
您
您
晴
is 晴。which 晴？
百
That's the only one. I
看不清楚。
看不清楚。
下
个星期五。
晴
清楚
清楚。Okay.
热情
热情。Yeah, the other 晴。
清楚
Yeah, we had multiple Qings in the same unit.
看不
看不清楚。
清楚，
东西 or 事情。
事情
热情
热情。
看不清楚，不
清楚。
清楚，
下星期五，
星期五。Whoops.
下星期五。
I don't want to talk about it.
皮鞋。热情。盘子。
看不清楚。
清楚
事情
事情。
是
不是热情，是热情。
晴
清楚。
下个星期。
下个星期。
春节。
春节。Oh my god. 春节。对，春节。
热情。
看不清楚。
热水。
热情
热情。OK。
问题。
问题。
美国。
美国。
中国。
中国。
事情。
事情。
清楚。
Cannot see clearly. Perfect timing. Yeah, I know. Listen, we're not going to talk about it. I said we're not going to talk about it.
热情，
看不清楚
I'm surprised it took. I'm glad you caught on. I was laughing because of the situation.
听
黑白
平
Oops.
平
黑板. I was doing 清楚 like almost the entire time.
听听，黑板
黑板。
黑白
于理。
黑板。人。听。
听。
日。
黑板
听
听。
黑板
板
国
国 wrong tone 国
厅
厅
里面黑板带
听
Are blackboards coming back or is it all markers still? I don't know. I had blackboards, but that was 7 years ago. I mean, that's not too long ago. Yeah. We called them the chalk talk. Chalk talk. So whenever I'm like on stream, I this is my blackboard. This is what I do most of the time. Although I did use dry eraser boards before too. There is a substantial amount of dry eraser boards for sure. Back in the day, dry eraser boards. And then there are smart boards now too, and smart boards even then there are smart boards as well where they use like electronic stylus type of input. However, I mean, I was around very traditional chalk talk, still a classic, still a classic thing. You have a whiteboard and the markers go bad from this. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, whiteboards. That's what they call them. Whiteboards. Yeah, the dry eraser boards. Oh, they use blackboards at your uni, Sub-Zero? Classic. Classic.
水果
水果. I'm that guy that somehow I like end up wearing the chalk too. so over time I stopped wearing black. Like I basically have zero black clothing. Like this is gray. Usually it's like gray. It's like heathered. So it's usually some sort of mix of gray and another color. But whenever I'm wearing black, somehow like when I'm on a chalkboard, I somehow end up wearing the chalk. And by that I mean it's a euphemism. Somehow chalk gets on me. So I'd be like walking around and there's just like chalk on a black. I had like one black shirt, and sure enough, somehow chalk ends up on the shirt. It's not like the end of the world. You aggressively like dust it off or something. So just saying.
听
Je suis out. I don't know what the next. I don't know what the third one is. The third word means. That's me with ballpoint pens after exam. Somehow, do you get it like all over your arm or something? Like because of the way your arm. Oh, left-handed. Oh. So, do you get it like up your palm and stuff? Gets like smearing from your pen and whatnot. I can see that. I've had that happen a couple of times.
黑板头唱
I yeah, all over your hands almost look like you're cheating. Yeah. Yeah. It's very easy to tell if I've been at a chalkboard. Like I don't think I intentionally hide it either, but I don't do anything to mitigate it. But it's pretty obvious when I'm near a chalkboard.
听
黑板
It's like, oh hey, you've been at the chalkboard, right? Or no one ever comes up to me and say I've been at a chalkboard. They literally look at me and say, well, there's chalk on him, probably at the chalkboard. Some people do it immaculately, you know? I don't know how they work. I mean, I'm impressed with people who double wield markers. You know, at a whiteboard, their hand span is big enough so they'd be like double wielding markers. So they would like uncap 2 markers and they would write like on one marker and then on the other marker. And I'm like, okay, well, that's actually pretty cool. That's a little bit hardcore. I'm that guy who uncaps the marker, right? caps the marker, put it down, and go find, and then have trouble finding the other colored marker. It's like, oh, okay, there's the other marker. Uncap it, find it, and then uncap it and put it, and somehow still have trouble finding the other marker that I was using. I wasn't very graceful. Okay? Dexterity versus sinister. Lefty bias. Yeah. Sinestra. That's a funny pun, actually. Sinestra. Left-handedness. Like, it made me think about when you specifically used the word sinister. Yeah, Dextra, right. Yeah, Dextra and Sinestra. This is why I stopped writing with markers. Too many sweats. Too many sweats. Too many sweets. Sorry. Wait, what are you trying to say? Too many sweats? Do you sweat? Wait, what does... Wait, hold up. How does sweats... Wait. How does sweat translate to writing with markers? You have a beef with markers? I don't like dry eraser boards. The long run is because of the dry erasers. Yeah, try hards. What do you mean too many? How? Do you have overachievers with markers? Come on. It's a current meme. Sweats or try hard. I see. Instead of just saying sweaty. What did sweaty is sweaty passe now? Bijiben. I'm telling you, I'm gonna finish this section.
体育馆
The try hard, as in those being so efficient with markers as you described. Yeah, the try hards. Yeah. Listen, they're just doing their thing, okay? I'm just being a hater.
体育馆
笔记本 I do have an appreciation for people who take notes in different colors, though. Man, that's some skill work right there. Juggling all those colors. I say that, but I kind of sort of do that now. That's from my appreciation for them, I suppose.
办公室体育馆
地理课我们家
体育馆
体育馆 I've picked up so many like things that if you were to ask me when I was in my 20s, like early 20s, I would probably say straight up to your face it's a waste of time. Like it's a sacrificing of efficiency. But nowadays, like, no. It's so, with so much more experience, in my opinion, that things for the sake of efficiency it narrows one's mind and possibilities so substantially that I'm not willing to sacrifice that type of line of thinking anymore. My go-to pens are the friction. I wouldn't be able to live without them. Oh, interesting. Friction pen. Mechanical pencils, as thin as razorly possible, and a fine liner pen. As pointed as possible, to the point where if I press too hard, it'll poke a hole through the paper. That's my thing. Mechanical pencils, like, what do they go down to? 0.3 millimeter? 0.3 mechanical pencils, and then like a fine liner pen. Probably could be seen as a weapon. Probably. But a very pointy thing. Something very pointy. Friction pens are those eraser pens, if you ever tried those. Oh, eraser pens. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have seen and tried one. Their erasers are quite metallic because it's like a little bit more rougher at scratching the surface off in order to remove and
笔记本
even.
体育馆
Yeah, I was the, you know, if you saw this pen, right? This is my hand for scale. This pen. I use those mechanical pencils where like their body is, you know, gigantic and there's like a huge rubber holster or something. It's like a, you know, $10 mechanical pencil. So like you try to guard it and save it for your life. It's one of those things. I used the same mechanical pencil for 10 years, maybe a decade, something like that.
体育馆体育馆
英语书
体育馆笔记本西班牙图书
馆
笔记本
You know, I told myself that I would finish this like 2.5 hours, 2 to 3 hours ago. Like, yeah, we're gonna chill. I'm gonna spend the next 8 hours looking for more storage cubes. This is gonna be like day 3 of looking for more storage cubes. There's no reason to do it. I just find it cathartic. I'm coping. Sorry. Like I don't really share my coping times too often. I should do that every once in a while. Like, how do I cope? Well, you know, spend, you know, after you reviewed and read all the reviews, like word for word, you read them again the next day, and then you read them again the following day, just to make sure that you've gotten all the reviews.
笔记本
It's okay. I don't want to make people think that I'm like something different. I cope a lot.
笔记本
I just people don't ask me how I cope most of the time, so I don't usually share. Like, what did I do inefficiently in the last couple of days? I don't think people tend to want to hear that type of thing. It's not as, it sounds way less significant than it is
体育馆
to other people, I think. Because I don't necessarily think a lot of people understand what compulsions, or that compulsions come in many forms, and compulsions are debilitating. They don't have to be debilitating in the sense of they're directly affecting your function. They can prevent you from doing things. So yeah.
体育馆
If you're like me and you suddenly get a mania and you wake up during your bed and you spend the next 4 hours rattling about what the purpose of something seemingly trivial, then that's probably pretty close to what it's like to have a compulsion. And that compulsion, finding more and more ways in living life by coping with that compulsion. Yeah.
体育馆
It's not as crazy sounding. It's pretty normal sounding to an outside person, I would say. Because the type of compulsion that a lot of people are used to or seeing are things that are directly deleterious. Like, for example, a compulsion of, I don't know, yelling at people, or a compulsion of constantly washing. So compulsions come in really many shapes. And I wouldn't as humbly as I can, being as functional as I am, did not come with not working on it. Not working on the compulsion.
体育馆
体育馆 Where am I? Oh, yeah. 体育馆
笔记本西班牙
It's not a competition. Do not make coping a competition. I think those are one of the few things that I would ask a favor for everyone. It's not a competition on how well you cope. I think making coping, like who copes better, a competition, that is very, very scary. When people start competing who's more miserable, that's something that I have not that great of a tolerance for. If you're competing on who's having it worse, I'm gonna flip the table on you, like figuratively. I'm gonna try to flip the conversation immediately.
科学课
科学課 So I'm telling you guys, don't make it a competition. Do not compete. Do not compete on who's more miserable. Shame on you.
办公室
I'm looking at you, no, I'm kidding. I don't think Sub-Zero has ever done anything like that. Or at least try not to.
体馆
体
育馆
This is an unpopular opinion. I know there are good intentions. However, if something like a thought along this line comes to your mind, I often stray away from it. If it makes you feel any better, and then you try to top someone's worst case scenario with a worst case scenario from you, you're probably gonna get a potentially a high chance of a more direct response, a more direct, like, a reaction from me. If you're trying to help someone and the manner in which you try to help them is by suggesting a worse scenario, I think that is a normalized behavior for some people, maybe a significant body of people. However, I try to discourage that. That is something I do actively discourage. When someone's down and you say, well, it can't be as worse as my day, there might be a lecture incoming.
美术课
And I'm not shy about being pedantic regarding that type of mindset.
美术課
It could be worse mindset. Like, you know, more about look on the bright side, I suppose, sometimes.
美术課
笔记本办公室体育馆
我们家
Okay. All right. Real now. I'm definitely gonna do this now. We're doing it. 咖啡馆体育馆咖啡馆 Thanks for the conversations, by the way, guys. I'm so energized, but I think my voice is good.
图书馆体育馆
咖啡色
咖啡馆体育节目体育馆
咖啡馆
咖啡馆
飞
啊
咖馆体育馆
图书馆咖啡
体育节目
咖啡馆体育
馆笔记笔记本笔记
好在
好在 whoops 好在
笔记本
日本菜
椅子
笔记本
笔记
笔记
笔记本
发现
发现
忘记笔记本点心笔记
哎体育馆
体
育节目
体育馆
不做
勺子
dang it I was gonna start with a the sound okay 体育馆
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 体育星期
体育新闻我家
体育馆
体育新闻
blah 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 体育馆体育新闻
体育馆
体育节目
新年
体育新闻
体
育馆
体育新闻
呢文
体育
新闻
体育馆
体育新闻
新年新鲜
体育节目
体育馆体育节目体育馆体育节目
体育节目
季节
体育新闻
体育馆
体育馆
体育节目
体育节目
体育馆
身体 That's a good one 身体
节日
体育节目电视节目
体育
馆身体也是天气
一天
天气
一天
前天天气一定
阴
天一天
天气
一天三天
昨天
7天
天气
错
Oops
借
fair enough Yep
请
Oops
请借错
借
That's a good association that I didn't think about until earlier today
和
借
保
错先
借错
下午
下午，下午 ，oops，
下午，
晚上，
不错，
整，
借，
错，
错，
错，票，加，借，菜，
错，
借，
right? I'm popping away at him. 体育馆，看不清，看不清楚，
看不清楚，看不清楚，
体育
馆，
体
看不清楚，
体育馆，加拿大，
我们家，看不清楚，不是
体育馆，
体育馆，对，看不清楚，
体育馆，咖啡馆，
看不清楚，
体育馆，不好意思，
看不清楚，
看不清楚，
看不
清
楚，
不知道，
加拿大，西班牙，
看不清楚，
体育馆，
体馆，
我们家，
办公室，体育馆，
看不清楚，
不懂，我是不懂。哦 ，Wow, that's fast.
晴天，
阴天，晴天，
后天，
后天，
每天，晴天，阴天，
昨天，
阴天。
I see you, Duolingo.
晴天，
阴天，
昨天，
晴天，一天，阴天，每
天。Okay. 阴天，Spring 哦，春天，阴天，
昨天，
阴天，3天，
春天，春节哦，春天，Oh no，
春
，I'm so in the 天，
天，
春天，
阴天，
阴
天，
春天，
对，
春节，
春天，每天，一天，阴
天，
看不
清楚，不需要，看不清楚，
不忙，不贵，看不清楚，不需要，
不舒服，
不需，
不需要，
看不清楚，
看不清楚，
看不
清楚，
不需要，
需要，
不想要
不需要 ，sorry 。
不好意思，
OK，
看不清楚，
对不起，
不需
要。I think we're close.
中文
课， 高中中文课
汉语课
Oh my goodness, you little buttheads.
高中
中文课
初中
科学
课高中
中文课
中文 Oh. Ah!
高中
Accidentally hit enter. 高
美术课中文课
提高
高中
科学
课
中文
One more. I think this is the last one. 看不清楚看起来 Okay, 看不清楚
不贵
when I make that face, I keep thinking that I look like Falstaff when I'm making that face. A little, okay, because he makes the same exact response when like, oh, all right, sure. 不贵
看见过
看见过
看不清楚
看起来
不
舒服看起来
看起来
看起来
看不清楚
看不清楚
看不清楚看起来
好久不见
不在看不清楚
看起来
对不起 Okay, I think that's good. Alright, I slacked off enough to... Oh no, there are two more. Okay, just kidding.
不好意思，看不清。
看了 Okay, 看不清楚
看不清楚不远
不远
赢了不贵
不贵看了看了
看不清楚
看不清楚
看不
清
楚看了
Okay, alright.
不健康不对下了看不清楚看了
One more. 看完 Okay, 看完
完成
Okay, alright, fair enough. 看完
完成
喝完
喝完Sorry, I was thinking of singing. 喝完
看书卖完看完
完成
完成
看完
看完
看完成
完成完 Okay,
完成
吃完卖完请看看完
Alright, there we have it. Staying on task, at least. Alright, folks, that was cool. I had a long time to talk about things. Oh, today was a blast. We had another folk, right? We met another Japanese language learner earlier in our Japanese session. Or kind of early in our Chinese session. We're another Japanese language learner. Really fun. Shared some really fun anecdotal stories. It kind of started with the whole Norway thing and then off to other things, talking about coping, you know, a favorite topic of mine, I suppose. not favorite in the sense of I kind of like talking about it, but at the same time, it's more normalizing it. I think what I like to do is I like to right. I think being aware and constructively learning or being interested in these things go a long way, both intuitively and analytically, on addressing how to create a sustainable lifestyle when it comes to like skill building, right? Skill building, the word is building, right? Skill building, you're building yourself up little by little, continuing to build, right? Obviously, there is a fine line between how much coping will consume a lot of it, and it's not like exclusive. Like, I'm not saying if you're coping you can't skill build. The idea is work when you build, when you cope the least. The idea, the wonderful reward at the end of the tunnel when you start chipping away at you build slowly your coping strategies too, right? Like, mitigate the cope. You're trying slowly finding new ways to mitigate how much coping takes up your time, and then with that time liberated, building stuff feeds back on it. Oftentimes, if you find more and more and liberate more and more opportunities for building, it might find some really remarkable serendipitous ways of addressing your coping as well. So make time for both, obviously. Mitigating cope, making coping more efficient, while also building, and then that building can create opportunity. At least that's kind of a long story short. Like, all the other stuff, it kind of underlies all of that, right? Getting interested in other people's affairs, talking about other people's details. I don't bring up Norway because I want to bring up, like, I only want to bring up Norway, I wouldn't be talking about Norway so often if it wasn't for Sub-Zero. So being interested and whatnot is kind of a way of making things important. Like, why do you need to know certain things? Well, for other people, that's a way to actualize things. But really, down. Hopefully everyone is doing well with managing the things they need to do, right? Hopefully everyone continues to do that, and then continue to maximize, be greedy, and having fun, and doing as much as you can grab on the things you choose to do. Know that the things you choose to do, I really and genuinely hope it's more I want to do this because I can, versus I need to do this because it is necessary. So until next time, we spent 3 additional hours, right, spending lovely time candidly exchanging. If anyone's interested, that's perfectly fine. As always, I've structured these sessions that the review is in the beginning, and at the very end of the stream, if it's a new day every 3 days, the mnemonic is there, right? Everything in between, that's up to you for the stranger to overcome or not, to like encounter. Anyways, we have these digressions. If there's an alarmingly long VOD all of a sudden, or an alarmingly long session, it's probably to say safe to say that we've entered digression, and somehow, some way, I'll sound like a broken record, but I'll tie it back to some sort of focus on the human condition and being aware about how to continue being enthusiastic about your skill building, and that includes language learning. Language learning is a skill build. So hopefully when you guys tell me about your language learning, it doesn't come from a source of coping or fulfilling some sort of already set in stone expectation. Largely, in my opinion, be excited. I'd love to hear. You are more than welcome to follow along quietly and do your thing, or feel free to share. I have lots of things to talk about. I make myself available. Like what Cozy asked before. if someone was falling behind, what is a thing that I typically do? I make myself available. So language learning is not an inconvenience to distract me from my studies because I made myself available, right? Kind of the idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't make myself available. So if I'm coping while making myself available, that's a recipe for, right? So no, I'm not clout chasing. I don't need to clout chase. Like, that's a need, right? For a lot of people. So you're more than welcome. Until then, right? If you're gonna watch this later, sorry, my voice is giving out. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 下次再见. And until next time, stay healthy. Stay healthy. Take care of yourself, man. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.